This scenario, it is completely related to supporting role, like supporting databases and database servers. Basically, you go to general project environment, maximum scenarios. So different layers will be there like this. So this is the application layer, and this is database layer. So generally we are working with projects, means some customers will be there, end users. So they're going to work with application. Through application, they're going to store data in the form of databases. That's what happens generally. So coming to next scenario. Application is just user interface. Application cannot store any type of data, right? So where the data is going to store in databases only, backend only. So now better to maintain clarity, like databases are used to store different types of data. So now our role is related to these databases. Only database maintenance is related to DBA role, database administrator. And coming to next scenario, just assume that you are working with some organization and your client is from USA. Suppose this is your client place, some part of US. So whatever the database servers we are going to work, maximum they'll be there in client location. So you are going to sit in our office. For example, this is located in Hyderabad. Here you'll get some system, email ID, common things, but ticket tool is important here. What is ticket tool? We'll discuss. Okay. So now customers, client side people, end users, they're going to work with these databases and database servers. So generally they face some issues. Okay. If they're facing any issue, client will send it to your ticket to tool in the form of ticket. So ticket means the error message we are receiving from the client. That is called as ticket. So this ticket tool, it's like email ID only, email only. But it is especially for client communication purpose regarding tickets. Right? And it is for what? Client communication purpose regarding tickets. So that is what the scenario. So every day we receive some tickets and accept ticket, then connect to databases, database servers, and resolve tickets. That's what our task. So in the beginning, what we are doing, we're accepting ticket, then resolve issue and close ticket. So this is what our regular task. Okay. So now in the same way, here we have to discuss about the SLA concept. It stands for Service Level Agreement. So based on SLA, ticket priorities and resolution timings will be defined. Right? And of course, different companies maintains different priorities, different resolution timings. But I'm giving you some scenario, ticket priorities, names, and resolution timings. Suppose you received a P1 ticket, immediate resolution required. We have to resolve issue immediately. Right, and that is what P1. Suppose P2 ticket. So P2 you can take 48 hours time for resolution. Okay. Next scenario. P3 ticket you can take 4 days time for resolution. And P4 ticket you can take 1 week time for resolution. So that is what the scenario. So based on resolution time, you are going to resolve the issue and close the ticket. That's what we are doing. Right. So in the same way, this is support role. Actually, what happens, maximum scenarios, we are going to receive same type of tickets because it is not programming or development. So if it is the development environment like that, every day we will get new requirement and we have to write new logic for that. But it is not like that. Suppose you received some ticket. 18456 is the error number, for example. Okay, no? So this is the error number. You receive ticket. The reason for this error is invalid login name or invalid password. That means when user connects to SQL server, they'll get this error message. Okay, so fine. So now you know that the reason for this issue and the resolved issue. Okay, fine. After some time, you're getting same error. Same resolution will be there. Am I right or not? Hmm? So in that way, what happens, maximum issues, same issues will be there, same tickets will be there. But only thing is, how to maintain perfection in practical scenarios, right? If you are strong in practical scenarios, then only you can go for resolution. Otherwise, you cannot. Even some configurations also we are going to perform. So I'll give you simple example, then I'll explain what are the configurations we are going to work. For example, you take backup concept. So backup means what? Copy of the database. Right, Amy? Suppose you are working with some production database, some database. You want to create security for the database. Then you are going to work with the backup. Fine. Today, you are working with the 1 GB size database. The operation you are performing is backup, copy data. So you perform some steps and assume that it is taking 1 minute time to complete the task. Right, Amy? So after some time or next day, we are giving you 1 terabyte size of the database. 1 terabyte size of the database, and we are asking you to go for backup. So you perform some steps and you're going to finish backup operation. Just assume that it is taking suppose 10 minutes time. What is changing here? Tell me. Database size changed, time consumption changed, but steps will be same. Am I right or not? Whatever the steps you performed for backup of the 1 GB size database, same steps you are going to perform for 1 TB size of the database. No doubt. So that is what the scenario. So in this way, what's happening, you go for configuration of supporting activities, ticket-based work. Maximum scenarios, we are going to perform same type of task, repeated task. But only thing is practical knowledge is required. Issue resolution means theory is not going to work there, right? Everything is practical. And coming to next scenario. Now, Ticket based maximum, what happens, two different things we are doing and here, like configuration area and tickets area. Two different scenarios we are going to work. Configuration means from the beginning, like installation of the SQL server database, database creation, backup, security, log shipping configuration, mirroring configuration, replication configuration, AG, always on group configuration. So these are all, of course, some other scenarios also there. These are all comes under configuration part. For example, these scenarios: log shipping, mirroring, replication, always on, top end configurations. We call them as high availability concepts and a disaster recovery plan. So these configurations, very important part of database administration, SQL Server. And coming to next scenario, even for example, you take backup, this concept. We are going to schedule these backups generally. After scheduling backups, you have to monitor it every day, because as per the schedule, the backup job is working or not. So you have to monitor, because if any failures there, suppose schedule is failed because of some issues, then you have to resolve them. So what I'm trying to explain here, maximum scenarios we are going to monitor configurations. That means not only configuration. After finishing configuration, every day you have to monitor it. Okay. So coming to next scenario, ticket based work. So ticket based work, maximum tickets we are going to receive related to queries, stored procedures, this type of things. Because performance tuning concept is really important. What is the meaning of performance tuning? Speed. Performance means what? Speed. Accessing speed of the database is known as performance. Right, Andy? How to improve performance of the database? Generally, queries level, stored procedure level, we try to improve performance. There only we get maximum errors. Errors in the sense, not error and actually. What happens, there is some user is accessing database. I mean, they're running some query or they're executing some stored procedure. So assume that in the beginning it is taking milliseconds. After some time, now they're doing same task. Now it is taking more time. What is the issue? They call it as a long running query, long running stored procedure, because it is taking extra time, right? Extra time, right? So long running queries, long running stored procedures, these are regular issues we are going to face, right? This is really important. You have to concentrate on this area. Maximum what happens, of course, some other types of tickets there I'm accepting, but maximum tickets we're going to receive related to queries and stored procedures. So when I'm talking about these things, some people ask me, do I need any development knowledge to work with these scenarios? Yeah, somewhat what is query, what is stored procedure, that type of knowledge is required. Okay. But you don't need to learn separate course for them. Because in this training only, whatever the scenarios required for DBA from development, SQL development, those scenarios I'm going to discuss in this one. Right? So this is really important. So coming to next case, sometimes what happens, suppose you received some issue is long running query. Long running query is the issue. Okay, fine. You received ticket. You checked everything from your end in the database. But there is no issue from database. But still, issue is there. So what? We are checking in database environment, but it is not showing any issue. But still, long running query is there. So now coming to next scenario. Network issue. For example, there is some network issue. Because of network issue, we are facing long running queries. So Database and everything fine. But still issue is there. The reason is network. Proper network is not there between your database and application. So you're going to face these issues. So this type of scenario is really important. So in this case, what happens, you cannot resolve issue because you are not from network team, right? You are from DBA team. How can you resolve this issue? So you are going to take help from network team, then only you can resolve this issue. So this type of scenarios. That means in our environment, not only DBA, some other teams will be working. For example, uh, what are the teams works with DBA? And I'll give you that information also. Suppose this is your client. Different teams works here. DBA team, application team, Windows team. In the same way, network team. In the same way, storage team. So different teams will be working. So now, for example, you received some ticket from client related to database. The ticket will be coming to your account and you are going to resolve it. If some other ticket is there that is related to application team, the ticket goes to application like that. So sometimes what happens, to resolve our issues, our tickets, we are going to work with other teams. I mean, we are going to take help from other teams. Sometimes what happens, other teams also requires RL. They're resolving some issues. Suppose application team, they're facing some issue. They're trying to resolve issue. So they need help from database. This type of things will be there. Okay. So these are all we are doing generally. But remember, maximum activities we are going to perform are related to ticket based. Ticket based work only maximum we are going to perform. Okay. It's not development activity. It is pure DBA activity. Development means what? Suppose creating tables, writing commands, writing queries, writing stored procedures. That is comes under development. It is not development training. It is the DBA. DBA training, we are going to work in support environment completely. We are going to take care of different servers, different databases. Right? These are all we are going to. Okay. Some real-time scenarios are required. Real-time scenario means what? Configuration. You do configuration in your local laptop or real-time, same configuration will be there. So real-time scenario means ticket related. What are the tickets we are going to receive? At least some tickets related information. What is the ticket and what is the reason for the issue and resolution for the ticket, how to resolve a ticket. So this type of scenarios required for us. We have to learn like that, practical orient. Of course, see, what happens, some tickets we cannot replicate in practical environment. Those tickets we have to remember steps, right? So if this is if this ticket comes, how to resolve? What are the steps we are going to perform to resolve the issue? These type of scenarios will be there. Okay. So this is what we are going to do completely. Now tell me if you have any questions, please. Any questions, anybody, please? And tomorrow also continuation class will be there, 10 a.m. Monday onwards, regular class starts at 6 p.m. Regular training 6 p.m. evening 6 o'clock. Tomorrow also same time, morning 10 o'clock we have continuation demo. Right? And
Thanks for the heads up, Suresh. I'm able to audible?
yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. So what are the topics you are going to cover in this DBA training session? So that can you please list all those things so that it will be very useful for us.
Configuration part, right from the beginning of installation, post-installation checks, database creation, system databases, backup, restore, security, architecture, migration, upgrade, lock shipping, mirroring, replication, always on, complete performance tuning related scenarios, troubleshooting issues, and somewhat we are going to discuss related to development activities also. And at the ending, I'm going to show you some basics of the Azure environment. Cloud.
Thanks, Suresh. So I have one more doubt is that so nowadays everyone is moving to the cloud. So
Not
how
everyone,
the
not everyone moving. Actually, that is the problem. When the
that's the thing we have an
people are
issue.
moving to cloud, if you are maintaining some database, if
Yes.
that database size, storage, if RDBMS database cannot support storage, then they are moving to cloud environment. What is the advantage of working with cloud? Unlimited storage. That is the only advantage, right? And so the organization or client who are maintaining more data, they are only looking for cloud environment. Otherwise, as per my knowledge, 70 to 80% databases running in on-premises only. Even more than that also. Right? And the only reason for moving towards cloud is storage. That's the only reason. Okay. No?
Thank you. So still we have an SQL Server DBA question we have in future also.
Yeah, we have middle-level clients, low-level clients. They will not go for cloud environment. Generally, what happens, for example, you are working with some client, middle-level client. Generally, they will not go for upgrade also. Within the same environment, they will not go for the upgrade also. How they are going to move their complete environment into cloud? Somewhat costliest cloud, right? Simple analysis. Right. Any questions? Anybody, please?
Thanks for the clarification, Suresh.
Yeah. Carlos, you joined almost at the ending of the training. Govind Mohan, any questions?
Uh, uh, yeah, good morning, sir. So how long will it take the entire courses to be finished?
It takes around 40 days.
Okay, fine. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Richa Tiwari, are you looking for development or administration?
Administration, sir.
Administration only, right? Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Carlos, can you hear me?
Sir, I have a question. After learning this code, how many years experience we can put in this administration part?
That depends. That I cannot say, Richa. You are practicing, how much you gain from this training, that depends. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Carlos, are you looking for a DBA or development?
SQL Server.
SQL Server, okay. SQL Server administration and development there. So are you looking for a development or administration?
I'm not a developer.
From where you are attending, America?
Yeah.
You do one thing. Where are you staying? Which time zone you are in? Eastern or Central?
MST.
Mountain. Okay. Mountain means what is the time now for you? 11:15?
It's 10 p.m.
10 o'clock?
Yeah.
10 or
I'm
10:15?
Yeah, 10:15 p.m.
15, right. So regular tomorrow also we have demo, but the time is 9:30 p.m. Mountain time. Okay, now same GoToMeeting link will be there. You connect to tomorrow's class also on time 9:30 p.m. so that you'll get more clarity. Then we can decide.
Okay. So are you going to cheat administration or development?
This is administration training.
This is only okay. Okay.
This is pure administration. Okay, no?
All right. Okay.
Okay then. See you all. See you tomorrow same time with same GoToMeeting link. Bye-bye.
One more thing, Suresh, can you please send the fee structure
Yeah.
for this?
Sorry.
Can I get the fee structure regarding this course and how long it will take?
10,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Suresh.
Bye.
Okay, so now let us start with this. Okay, guys, so let's start again and just we'll begin the introduction part today. So guys, we're using it Azure Data Bricks. Okay, we're using the Azure Data Bricks. So basically, what is Azure Data Bricks? Guys, the Azure Data Bricks is nothing but it is a cloud-based service provided by Microsoft. It is a cloud-based service, guys. It is a cloud-based service provided by Microsoft. So Azure Databricks is a cloud-based service provided by Microsoft. It is a cloud-based service provided by Microsoft to perform the job of ETL. Now, guys, what do you mean by ETL? Yes, the ETL stands for, yes, the ETL stands for, already I told you yesterday, ETL stands for what? Extraction. Yes, extraction, transformation, and loading. Extraction, transformation, and loading. Whereas this process of extraction, transformation, and loading is a process of, yes, is a process of what? Data summarization. Is a process of what? Data summarization. It is a process of what, guys? Data summarization. So extraction, transformation, and loading, This is a process of what is that? Data summarization. It is a process of what? Data summarization. Wherein for the process of ETL, that is called as extraction, transformation, and loading, guys, we require the following. What is that? We require the source first of all. Source means what? The source of data. Source, guys, source. And then we require what is it? The another one as a target. We require the first thing as a source and the second thing as a target. So now, guys, when it comes to the source, what do you mean by source? Okay, guys, what is the source of income? The place from where we get the money is called a source of income. In the same way, a place where that is nothing but the source from where you get the data is called as what? Source of data. Source is nothing but actually it is, guys. Source is nothing but what? Actually it is. Yes, guys. Source is nothing but actually it is. Okay. Actually, it is the source of data. That is a place from where we get the data is called as what? Source of data. Okay, guys. A place from where we get the data is called as what? Source of data. So I'm using source of data. Yes, guys, source of data. So now, guys, tell me now the source of data. So according to you, what are the sources which are available from where we get the data, guys? Tell me now. What might be the sources from where you get the data? Now, guys, for example, now you're typing or you're recording some information of your expense, house expense. So where do you write your house expense generally? Nowadays, we are using in digital format only. We are not taking a pen and paper and writing the things. Everything we are digitally writing it. Tell me now, house expenses, where do you write it? In which type of file do you write it? Tell me now, guys. This much is the earning for this month and this much is the expenditure you have incurred. You have to write all these things. So tell me now, how do you write it, guys? In which file you use it, or where do you write it in the computer? Can you tell me, guys? Somebody? Guys, am I audible? Yeah, am I audible, guys? Everyone?
Yes, you're audible.
So you're understanding what I mean to tell you? Guys, you're understanding what I mean to tell you? My question is that suppose you have to write your household expenses. Not let us go into the broad scale. We'll just go to our place. You want to write a household expenses. Where do you write this information? That is income, expenditure. You have to write it. What type of thing you use it? Are you going to use in Excel file, guys, or not?
Yes.
So that is nothing but basically your house affairs or your that is nothing but house expenses and income. You're going to write in an Excel sheet, but ultimately that is what? That is nothing but the data. That is nothing but what is that? Data. So we can say what is that? Source of data is nothing but the place from where we get the data is called as what? Source of data. A place from where we get the data is called as what? Source of data. So we can get the data from what is that? Following files. We can get the data. Okay, files. What type of files, guys? Okay, but ultimately the files will also receive the data from what? Ultimately business. See, we all are working for the business or not? Even though you are working as a data engineer, that means you are working for a business or not? Tell me now, guys. Yes, everyone, you're working for the business. Am I right, everyone? Just give me a
Yes.
second. Just give me a second. I'll back. Okay, sorry. So guys, we all get the data. We all work for the business only. Though we are working here, suppose you're working as a data engineer in an IT sector, That means, are you working it for a business or not? In fact, that means you will get the data from the business. From the business entities only we get the data. Am I right, guys? From the business entities only we get the data. Whereas this data is recorded in the form of what is that? Files. In the form of what is that? Files. So what are the type of files you have it? Guys, what are the type of files you have it? The files are the following. So we can have what is that? Yes, guys. We can have what are Excel files. Excel files. Yes, Excel files. And we can have what is it? CSV files, which stands for what? Comma separated value files. Okay. Comma separated value files. And Excel files, comma separated value files. And you have what is that? JSON files. JSON stands for what? JavaScript object notation files. Okay. And then afterwards, what is it? You have it? Excel file, CSV file, comma separated value files, JSON files, and you have the Parquet files. Parquet files. You have the Parquet files. Okay, guys. You have the Parquet files, and then you can have what? Avro files. And then we can also have what's that? ORC files. Various type of files. That means we get the data ultimately from the business, and this business will be recorded in the in the form of what? Files. Excel files, comma separated value files, JSON files, Parquet file, Avro files, ORC files. Anyways, you don't worry about the files. Once we get into the subject, I will explain you about each and every file. You don't worry now. Okay. So this is nothing but the data we get it. From where? From these files, what we do from these files, guys. From these files, we get the data. From these files, guys. From these files, okay. From these files, we get the data. So ultimately, what we do, we pull in the data. We pull in the data by using the process called what? Extraction. We pull in the data by the process called what? Extraction. So extraction is done. And now, guys, this extraction is done by what? By using the ADB. That is called as what? Azure Databricks. By using the Azure Databricks. By using the Azure Databricks. Guys, by using the Azure Databricks, we perform the process of extraction. That means extraction of data. Extraction, the full name is what? Extraction of data only, guys. Extraction of data. Extraction. Then extraction is done. Then next, what is the process you have it? Tell me now, guys. The next process, the next level of processing is what is that? Transformation. So transformation is nothing but the ultimate requirement. Based on the requirement of the customer, you're going to change the format of the data. You're going to change the structure of the data. You're going to design a new structure of the data. Am I right? This is called as what? Transformation. And once the transformation is done on this data, ultimately the process of loading will be taken place. And loading means what? The final data, whatever you have it, will be transferred to the destination. That is called as what? Target. That is called as what? Target. Or we can say destination. We can say target, or we can say destination. We can say target, or we can say what is that? Destination. The data will be transferred to the destination. Am I right, guys? Everyone? Yes, guys, everyone is following or not? I want a reply, guys. If you don't talk, yeah, if you don't talk, I cannot understand what is your thing. Okay, so I want everyone to respond it, guys, so that I'll come to know whether you people are following or not. Okay, anyways, so this is the first. Now, apart from, guys, apart from getting the data from the files, we can also get the data from the business. We can also get the data from the business in the form of what? Database. And database can be what again? The database can be what? It can be Oracle database. It can be the SQL Server database. Okay, it can be any type of database you have it. Whereas this kind of database, can you see here? This kind of database, when you receive the data, we can say that we have received the data from OLTP system. We have received the data from what is that? OLTP system. What do you mean OLTP? OLTP stands for online transaction process. Online transaction process, that is called as what? OLTP system. Okay, OLTP system. You will receive the data. Getting my point? You will receive the data from what? OLTP system. So now guys, ultimately from this database, what we do, we pull in, again the same process, we pull in the data by using the process of what guys? Same process we perform it. Extraction will be done. That means using the ADB, we extract the data. We extract the data. And once the data is extracted, then what we do guys? We perform the transformation on the data. We perform what is that? Transformation. Transformation is the actual process of data summarization or loading the data as per the requirement of the client. So now guys, loading will be done. And finally, once the loading is done guys, finally once the loading is done, the loading will be done. Okay, the loading will be done into the destination. That means this is the destination. This will be your destination. Getting my point? Now guys, destination. Destination. I'm linking up just to show you guys, this all will reach the destination like this. Finally, the data reaches the destination. Target is nothing but guys, it is called as what? Destination. Destination. Okay, now next one. Apart from this guys, apart from getting the data from the businesses from the data into the databases or into the files, we can also get the data. Everyone, we can also get the data guys. We can also get the data from another way. It's called as what? From the business only, because we all working for business, we get the data, business data only. So we get the data in the form of what? Live streaming data. Live streaming data, such as guys, live streaming data means what guys? Stock market data. Live streaming data. Suppose Indian, that is India versus Pakistan match is going on, you will get the live streaming. Am I right or not? Yes guys, that is all called as what? Live streaming data. Even the live streaming data we pull in here as it is, the live streaming data also we pull in here in as it is, and this process is called as what? The process of again extraction. We perform the extraction on this data. So can you see here, we perform the extraction on this data, and once the extraction is done, then what happens? Again the process of transformation will become. So what is the process of transformation? Transformation is the actual process of, is this transformation is the actual process of what? Data summarization. Transformation is the actual process of what? Data summarization. And once the data summarization is done guys, finally what we do? We load the data into the target. We load the data into the target guys. Okay, so now this all data, whatever you have it, that is source data, destination data, or whatever the data you have it, finally will be recorded into the target. That is called as sync system. In Azure, it is also called as what? The destination is also called as what? Sync system. Sync. This is also called as what? Sync system guys. Okay, it is also called as what? Sync system. Sync system. Okay, so now can you see here, this is how we get the data here. Ultimately we get the data from what? Various sources. Ultimately we get the data from what? Various sources. And from these various sources, what we do? We extract the data, we transform the data, and we load the data into the target. Everyone. Okay, so this, all this can see extraction, transformation, and loading will be done by using the service guys. This is a service. ADB is one service. ADB is one service, guys. Likewise, you can also have what is it? ADF is the another service. Likewise, you can have Synapse as the another service. These are the various services we can do it. Okay. Whereas, can you see here, guys? This is how exactly things works off. Okay. Here, everyone is following or not, guys? Yeah, I want a reply from all of you guys.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Now, next after this, now guys, next one. Let us see exactly what exactly the big data is. Big data. Now, guys, what is a big data? Big data is nothing but whatever the data you're getting, this data, this is called as big data only. The data from the business, whatever you're getting, is called as big data. So just understand, big data means not a very great concept, something where you need to get confused. It's not like that. Big data, just split it, guys. Split it. Big means what? Huge, na? Huge or massive, you can say. Data means what? Information. So we can say that huge information. You can say what is that? Huge information, massive information, huge information or massive information. Huge information or massive information is called as what? Big data. Big data. Okay, where you have a massive amount of information is called as what? Big data. Ultimately, we get the big data from what is it? All these businesses only. But what is that business? What are the sources you can see? Let us see for that. Actually, types of source of big data. Now, guys, types of sources of big data, types of sources of, okay, types of sources of big data. Okay, sources of big data. The first one from where you can get the big data, that is called as what? Social networking sites. Social networking sites. So what is the social networking sites, guys? Social networking sites are nothing but you have the WhatsApp, you have the Facebook, you have the Twitter, WhatsApp, Facebook. Okay, guys, WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter. Then you also have what's that? LinkedIn. Then afterwards you also have what's that? Instagram. All this Insta and all these are what? These are all called as what? Social networking sites. These are called as what? Social networking sites. So the social networking sites are basically referred as the major source of getting the big data. Major source of getting the big data. Getting my point? Next one after this, guys, you have the second source. So what is the second source? We can say second source as the banking application. So across the globe, the banking application is the major source, considered as the major source, guys. Banking applications are considered as the major source of getting the big data. The banking applications are considered as the major source of getting the big data. Major source of getting what's that? Big data. Major source of getting the big data. Suppose you go to a bank and get an entry done. So in your passbook, you have made some entries. That is some cash withdrawal entry and some deposit entry and some online transfer entry, some purchase entries, some entries you have made it. Okay, that means some transactions you have done it. So, but can you see here in this passbook, as you have made only 3 transactions, but it will give you some 7 to 8 lines code. Am I right? 7 to 8 lines it will print. Balance, it will print deduction after that debit balance. So that means type of data. That means banking data is considered as a massive or huge amount of data across the globe. Getting my point? So we can get the data, the big data. We can also get it from what? Banking applications. That means this we have discussed as a business now. Business means what? It can be social networking site, which is a one type of business. Banking application is the another type of business from where we get the data. Okay, then we can also get the data from what is that? Machine generated data. Machine generated data. So what do you mean machine generated data, guys? The data which is generated by a machine. Suppose you have a CT scan machine. Suppose you have a CT scan machine. Okay. So it scans of the human body. Whereas the CT scan machine or MRI machine, okay, MRI scan or CT scan machine, whatever the machines you have it, okay, and then we have what's it, MRI, okay, scan, or else we can also have what is that, CT scan, MRI scan, and even the ECG machines, okay. These are all the machines which generate some data. Am I right, guys? These are the machines which generate some data. Am I right, everyone? These are the machines which generates some data. Whereas even these machines, can you see here, generate some data. So this kind of data is also considered as the big data. That means a massive amount. The CT scan machine generates a very massive amount of data. So that is nothing but called as what? Machine generated data. Any that is machine which generates the data is called as what? Machine generated data. That's it. Okay. Then afterwards, guys, just a minute, 1 minute. Okay, guys, sorry. So now, guys, okay. So now, guys, after this, okay. So now, can you see here? This is nothing but the can you see here, some that is machine generated data. After that, the fourth one, what we can consider here is, okay, that is called as what? Uh, IoT sensors, Internet of Things. Okay, IoT sensors. We get the data from what? Sensors. We get the data from what? Sensors. These sensors basically measures what is that? Pressure. Okay, and then it measures the, okay, that is even the, okay, gas pressure. Okay, and then it measures even the temperature. Okay, and even the, okay, wind. All these are the sensors which basically measures. But these sensors, how it generates, these all will be connected to computers, to required computers. So this computer generates the data here. The data will be recorded here, and this data will be further processed or transferred to us like this. From in the files we received, we extract it, we transform it, and we load it. Ultimately, it will go like this. Okay. So now, guys, so basically IoT sensors, I can give you one example. Guys, whenever you travel, and okay, like on the highways, once you will enter a, basically a type of a, a town or a village. At the starting of this town or a village, you will find some, a very big table fans which is rotating very slowly. Am I right? Which rotates very slowly. What it does exactly? That measures the wind. And those fans are nothing but a machines, at sensors only. And those are connected to the computers. And whatever the thing is recorded, the data will be transferred to the computer. And from the computer, again, the data will be that is kept into the files. And again, it is transformed further for this analysis. So basically, this is how exactly the process moves on here. Okay. So guys, okay, all of you following or not, please let me know, guys.
Yeah, we can able to follow.
Now, next, after this, again, you have what is that? Guys, the fifth one is human generated data. Human generated data, it's not basically you will have that massive, but still it can be considered as a big data only. Human generated data means the data which is generated by you and me. Okay, the normal routine data, that is basically, a kind of a human generated data. So this is also considered as the part of big data. But guys, this big data, this big data is basically has some categories. That means we can say types of big data. We can have various types of big data. So now I will say types of data. Now guys, what are the types of big data? Generally guys, you will have the following types of big data. The first type of big data which you can consider, okay, which you can consider, that is first type of big data which you can consider. Okay, the first type of big data which you can consider, the first type of big data which you can consider is called as what? Structured data. Structured data means what? I'll type it. Guys, I'm writing it. Name, ID number, and salary. You can see this is the thing we have it. Name is, let us say, Alan. And now, guys, I'm using the ID number as something like this. And salary, I'm making a 10,000. And Bobby, 20,000. Carl, 30,000. These are the basically, can you see here, guys? This is the data where can you see this data is in which format? It is in the proper format of rows and columns or not? These are the rows and these are the columns. Am I right, guys? Everyone? Yeah. These are the rows and these are the columns. This kind of data is proper data. Hence, it is called as what? Structured data. This kind of data is called as what, guys? Structured data. The data which is placed into the proper form of rows and columns. The data which is placed in the proper form of rows and columns is called as what? Structured data. Am I right, everyone? Yes, am I audible, guys? Yeah, what happened? Am I audible to everyone or not?
Yes.
So now, guys, this is nothing called as what? Structured data. Next one is what is it? You have it. The second one is semi-structured data. Semi-structured data means what? This data is purely not structured as well as not unstructured. It is semi-structured. You will have some semi-structured, such as you have the data into what's that? JSON files. For example, I'll give you the JSON file, how the JSON file looks like and how the data will move. The data in the JSON file will be given in the curly braces. Now, if at all I'm writing the first, I'm defining this data into JSON format, how the data will be. Let us see it here. Name under the quotes, double quotes, and use the colon, ALN. Now, guys, use a comma. After this, use it again. ID. ID. Then use it as it's a numeric data. You can place it normally. Again, we have what is that, guys? Under this, again, you have what is that? Car, that is salary. This is also numeric data, so hence you can leave it as it is. Do not place under this. And finally, after this is done, the data is closed, the braces. Can you see this kind of data is called as what? Semi-structured data. It is called as what, guys? Yeah, it is called as what, guys? Semi-structured data. This kind of data is called as what? Semi-structured data. And now finally, the third one is called as what? Unstructured data. Unstructured data is nothing but guys, this unstructured data is nothing but basically there will be no particular structure, such as the photos in your mobile phone, the videos, the chat history, and the voice notes. All these comes under the unstructured data only. There is no proper structure for it. Okay, there will be no proper structure, guys. There will be no proper structure. There will be no proper structure. Okay, there will be no proper structure. All the that is nothing but data is called as what? Unstructured. 80% of the globe, 80% of the data from the globe, we'll get it in what? Unstructured format only. 80% of the data across the globe, we'll get it in what? Unstructured format only. So guys, these are the types of big data we can have: structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. And this structured, semi-structured, and unstructured can be placed into what is that? Into this type of files, or into this databases, or if we can extract it from the live streaming, further as it is processed. So this is how the entire structure works. So is everyone clear with this, guys, or you have any doubt? You can ask me now. Yes, guys, tell me. Guys, tell me now.
No, Samir, no doubts as of now.
Okay. So this is how the things works off. Okay, guys. That's it. So for the day, guys, that's it for the day. And
So with Azure Databricks, what kind of data we usually handles, like structured or non-structured?
unstructured only.
Unstructured only. Okay.
Unstructured, semi-structured, and structure. Three of them will handle it basically. Not mostly you will have semi-structured data.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it, guys. So this is the thing we have it. Please go ahead now.
So to learn Databricks, do we need any predefined technical background? Hello,
Do you?
am I audible?
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah. No, I'm just asking, what are the prerequisites to learn this Azure Databricks?
See,
I don't have any
basically,
background in the field.
yeah, prerequisites is that if you know the Python, or if you know the R, or if you know the SQL, that is very well. You can just understand the code what you can do. If not, also I will explain you, and you have to put your efforts much on that, because this is basically a purely type of a technical job where you have it. What we are doing in Databricks. If you don't want the amount of coding, you don't need actually the coding. Simply you can go with the ADF rather than going with the ADB.
Okay, so I'm basically ETL background. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you suggest? Should I go for ADF or ADB? I'm not really sure. And I would like to
You're basically you're from technical background or non-technical, or
I am basically an ETL developer, Informatica developer.
Then you can go with the ADB. Why not? Definitely ADB will work for you.
Okay. And to be a Azure data engineer, what are the services we need to know? Like
to be an Azure data engineer, if you know ADF, then also you'll call as a Azure data engineer. If you know ADB, then also it is called as then also you are called as a Azure data engineer. If you know the Synapse, then also you will call as a Azure data engineer only.
Okay, so either one also should be fine. That means, right?
Yeah.
No, I heard the reason I'm asking. I heard ADF also like something like it's an ETL tool only. And here you have mentioned ADB also ETL tool only, right?
See, if
So
you
just
have,
trying to
see
understand.
what is the companies are doing till the job of data ingestion in a project. I'm telling you the live session, live, scenario, what is going on right now in most of the projects. Up to the data ingestion, up to the data ingestion. Ingestion means what? Extraction. Extraction. Up to this data extraction, they're using the ADF. Further, for transformation and loading, they're using the ADB. Some projects,
Okay.
because you have
So
more good facilitation, or we can say good facilities, or very flexible to perform the process of data ingestion using this that is ADF, because ADF does not uses any code. It is basically a menu driven this thing. But here you will have to write the code for everything: extraction again, transformation, and again loading again. Basically, using this ADB, you can design. It is mainly focused on the visualization, data visualization. That means visualization in the sense performing the analysis on the data, etc.
okay. So my understanding is like ADF might be something like a tool based like ETL.
You can go
Can
with
I
this ADF or ADB, anything, because already you have a technical background. You need not worry about it.
okay. And both are not. If I would like to join any training, both are not
Both
mandatory. Like
means
it
it will be
is
very good, no issues.
okay. I'm trying to join any one of these. So what is this? Should I start with ADF or ADB? Like being an ETL
That you
engineer.
have to decide it. I can't tell, because you basically, I'm telling you now, if you are mainly, you think that you can manage the amount of coding, then you can go with the ADB. If you don't want the coding, because ADB is required anyways in the process. One time in one situation you can do the job without ADF also, but ADB is very mandatory to have it mostly.
I
So
got it.
just how it's better to have ADB knowledge. You can just
Yeah,
decide it.
yeah,
That's not a problem. Okay.
yeah. I got it. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Any other questions?
Sir, may I know what is Synapse used for?
Synapse is totally a visualization process. It is basically called as a data warehouse of Azure.
Mm,
Synapse.
mm, mm.
Okay. So data visualization analysis. I told you now, analysis, data visualization, all analysis from this part. Once the data is loaded into that sync system, from here the data is picked up. And now we use a technique called OLAP, online analytical process. And this, on this, using this artificial intelligence or machine learnings, all this we apply it further on this data. Whereas, can you see here the machine learning, artificial intelligence, or machine learning or artificial intelligence, all this is the part of what is that we have it. The Synapse performs this job, this type of job, more focusing on the visualization of the data.
So, sir, like I just wanted to know, ADF and ADB are enough to crack a job in the current market scenario?
More than enough, more than enough. Synapse, see, in this particularly in this particular course, we are covering Synapse. We are covering integration with even the Snowflake. I'm covering integration with even the Amazon Web Services. Integration with all various things I'm using up here. So, anyways, you will not have anything where you need not do that. So you can do it very well. That's not a problem.
Okay, so sir, ADF and ADB are enough, right?
Yeah, that's more than ADF is enough. ADB individually is also enough. ADF and ADB combination, okay, if you have that, it's very good. If not, it's not like that. If you know ADF, you don't get a job. Definitely will get the job, even if you know the ADF or not, or the ADB. That's not a thing. There is a conception and misconception in the market that you know if you know the ADF, you should also know this ADB. Then only you'll get a job. It's not like that. These are two different services you have it. ADF has its own functionality and ADB has its own functionality.
Okay. The only thing is just the market is a bit low, so worried, that's all.
Market is obviously in this November and December, the market will be low.
Okay.
Always again, it will pick up after January 15th.
Okay.
That is
Thank
the
you, sir.
every year issue you will have it in IT sector.
Okay.
Whether you go with the training or whether you go for real-time jobs searching, everything. But the slang will be like that. See, every batch I'll be having 50 to 60 students, but this November and December I have a less amount of students. That
Okay.
obvious. That it does not mean that the market is down. Of course, the flow will move. It will slow down automatically. It will pick up, because right now most of the times, even in the US, this is the ending of the year, so everyone will be prepared for Easter and everything,
Okay.
Christmas. So things will slow down because we are totally dependent on the all yeah, the US and the UK and Europe, and where all the Western countries we're depending upon for the data, for project, everything. So obviously it will have an impact even on our life, isn't it or not?
Yeah, correct.
That's the thing.
Okay, sir.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, am I audible,
Yes,
guys?
sir. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Okay, so let us start now. So Azure, Databricks. Okay, guys, Azure Databricks. Guys, when it comes to this Azure Databricks, okay. So as already you know that what is Azure Databricks? Azure Databricks is a guys. Azure Databricks is a service. It is a service, guys. Everyone, Azure Databricks is a service which is used to perform the job of, guys. What is that? Azure Databricks is a service. Okay, Azure Databricks is a service which is used to perform. Azure Databricks is a service which is used to perform the job of what? ETL, that is extraction, transformation, and what is that? Loading. Extraction, transformation, and loading. Okay. Between what is that? Clouds. Between the clouds and on-premises. Clouds and what is that? On-premises. Between the clouds and what is that? On-premises. Okay, guys. So now between the clouds and on-premises. So here, okay, guys. So when it comes to this ETL, so now, guys, ETL is what basically? It is a service provided. Can you say Azure Databricks is a service provided by Microsoft, and to perform the job of ETL between the clouds and what is that? On-premises. Between the clouds and what is that? On-premises. So now, guys, let us try to see this. Okay. So what is basically an ETL? So ETL, as we know that it stands for what? Extraction. It stands for what? Extraction, transformation, extraction, transformation, and what's that? Loading. Extraction, transformation, and what is that? Loading. Extraction, transformation, and loading. Now, guys, when it comes to this extraction, transformation, and loading, this is a process. This is a process, all of you. This is a process of, is what is that? Data summarization. This is a process of what, guys? Data summarization. This is the process of what? Data summarization. This is the process of what? Data summarization. Okay. It is the process of what? Data summarization. It's a process of what? Guys, data summarization. It is the process of what? Data summarization. Wherein you have what is that? Source. You have what's that? Source data. Source, what's the data? Storage. What's that? You have it? Source data storage. So now, guys, source data storage or source is a place where actually we can find the data, and from the source ultimately we pass on the data to what is that, guys? Target. Target. We pass on the data to what is that, guys? Target. We pass on the data to what? Target. We pass on the data to what is it? Target. So can you see here? We have what is it? Source. Source means what? A place where we can find actual data. The place where we can find what is it, guys? Actual data. All of you following, please. Yes, guys. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So now, so we have what's that source, and source is nothing but what? A place where you can find the data. So now, in the source, we can get the data in the type of what? Files, or else we can get the data in the form of what is the databases, or else we can get the data in the form of what is it? Live stream. We can also get the data from what? Live streaming data. Live streaming data. Okay, we can get the data from what? Files. We can get the data from what is that? Files. We can get the data from what? Files. We can get the data from what? Databases. Else we can get the data from what is that? Live streaming data. Anyways, guys, these files, can you see here, are of what? We can have the CSV files. We can have what is that? JSON files. We can have what a CSV file, JSON file, and then we have what is that? Excel files, etc. You can see here. These are the various type of files you have it. These are the various type of files you have it, guys. What is that? These are the various type of files we have it. Okay. What is that? We have the, these are the various type of files we have it. Okay, guys. So these are the various type of files you have it. So what we do is ultimately we pull in the data. We pull in the data into this ADB, that is called as Azure Databricks. This is called as what, guys? This is called as what? The process of data ingestion. It is called as what? The process of what? Data ingestion. Okay. So then once we pull in the data, what we do? We perform the process of, so pulling in the data is the process of what? Extraction. Extraction. And once the extraction is done, guys, and once the extraction is done, then you will have what is a transformation. Then you will have what? Transformation. Transformation is what? Transformation is the process of, actual process of data summarization. And once the transformation is done, finally what we do, guys, finally what we do? Perform the loading. We perform what is that? Loading. So now all together, loading where? Loading the data into the, yes guys, loading data into what's it? Target. That is called as destination. Destination or target. Getting my point? So this is how we can make out using this. Or in the same process, even if you have, can you see the data access to be accessed from the database? So what we do, we using this ADB, that is Azure Databricks, we pull in the data, and now again the same process, that is called as E. Again, then you have what is it? T. What did you have it? T stands for transformation. Again, finally we put the data into what is it? Loading. Okay, what is it? Loading is a final process, and loading the data into what is that? Destination. So destination is what? Destination is the actual target. Destination, guys, destination is nothing but the actual target you have it. Getting my point, all of you? So these are the, and now even from the live streaming, even from the live streaming, if at all you want to pull in the data the same way, what is it you have it? We use the ADB. We use the ADB, okay, Azure Databricks. And then what we do? We use the, again, what is it? Extraction. And then we perform what is that? Transformation, guys. What is that? Transformation. And then finally we use what is that? Loading. We perform the loading. And now, guys, this loading will be done ultimately into what is that? Destination. What is that? Destination. Getting my point? This is how the entire process works on. Okay, extraction, transformation, and finally loading the data into this. Now, guys, even we have discussed it in the last class, but just I wanted to brush it up before we move ahead. Guys, use what is that? Let us see first of all what is a big data. Guys, you already know what is big data now. Yes, guys, what is big data? Big data is nothing but, what do you mean by big data, guys? Huge data. What is that? Big data is nothing but what? huge data or huge information. Huge information is called as what? Big data. What is that? Huge information is called as what? Big data. Guys, huge information is called as what? Big data. So now guys, big data. So what are the sources of getting the big data? Can you just tell me guys? From where you can get it? Yes, any idea? Yes guys, I'm audible.
Maybe event hubs, storage account.
Okay, anyways, anyways guys, we get the big data from various sources. So such as what? Social networking sites. Social networking sites. Okay guys, we get the data from what? Social networking sites. That is big data. Such as, what do you mean by social networking sites? WhatsApp, Facebook. Okay, Facebook, WhatsApp, then you have Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, then you have Insta, etc. These are all the, can you see here, these are all the social networking sites from where we get the data. So guys, data. So basically what you can say, this is a business now. This is a business, and from the business we get the data. And data, what we do? Data, we put it in the form of what? Files or whatever the type you have it. And these files, we get it into ADB, that is Azure Databricks. And from here, we get the data into Azure Databricks, perform the job of what? Extraction. And then we do what? Transformation. And then we do what? Loading. And loading into what is that, guys? Finally, destination. Loading into what? Destination. Destination. Getting my point? Loading the data into what is that? Destination. Okay. Loading the data into what is that? Destination. Finally, the data will be loaded into what? Destination. Okay, guys, everyone. Yes, am I audible to everyone or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, guys, that's it. So now, next, apart from this, we can also get the data. Yes, we can also get the data from what? Social networking sites. We can also get the data from what? Banking applications. We can also get the data from what? Banking applications. So what in the banking applications, we can get the data. And from here, what we do? We pull in the data. And now, this time, whenever you have a banking applications, the data will be loaded, or data will be stored in the form of what? Databases only, guys. From the databases, what we do? We pull in the data, guys. We pull in the data. Again, the same process. What is that? Using the ADB, Azure Databricks, we perform the job of what? Extraction, transformation, and loading. And now finally, once we load it, guys, finally once we load it, ultimately it will be sent towards destination. Now likewise, you can also get the data from what is it? Human generated data. That means human generated data is very rare. Okay, human generated means the data which is generated by you and me. Okay, human generated data. And apart from this, we can also have, okay, same process. Human generated data will be again accessed into the ADB. And from the using the ADB, we perform the job of what? Extraction, transformation, and what's it? Loading. And ultimately, finally we load the data towards a destination. Finally, we load the data towards a destination. This is the destination you load it. Okay, guys. So yeah, what is that? Human generated data. What is it? Social networking sites. We can get the data from what? Social networking sites, banking applications, human generated data. Okay, guys, human generated data. These are the various things you have it. Getting my point, everyone? Now, apart from this, we can also get the big data in the form of what? Machine generated. Guys, machine generated data. What is machine generated data? machine generated data is nothing but the data which is generated by the machineries, such as your CT scan machine is there, ECG machine is there. Okay, guys, many machines nowadays, we have everything. We are surrounded by machineries. So every machine, almost all every machine generates the data. Getting my point, everyone? Almost all every machine generates the data. So now, guys, every machine generates the data. So now every machine generates the data. Okay, so whereas those generated, that is nothing but whenever the can you see here, the data is, can you see here, whenever, can you see here, whenever you have that is nothing but any kind of machine generated data is there. Okay, any kind of machine generated data, any machine generates the data, that data, guys, will be recorded. The data will be recorded into what is that, the following. What is that? It can be in the form of what? Live streaming, databases, or files. That means live streaming is a process where you get the live data. So such as, what is that, you have it now, ADB, again the same process, ETL, ultimately from here the data will be sent to what? Destination. Now, guys, okay, these are the various, that is nothing but sources of getting the big data. That is social networking sites, banking applications, human generated data, machine generated data. Okay, live streaming data is nothing but just like a stock market. You'll be getting the stock market data. Okay, leave about stock market, guys. Live streaming data is more similar, I can tell you. Cricket match, we all must be watching the matches, am I right? In that you will have live score, na guys, live score. That is called as what? Live streaming data. Getting my point? That is called as what? Live streaming data. Okay, guys. So now, anyways, we can capture even the live streaming data and perform the job here. So now, guys, this is the thing you have it. So now, after all these things are completed, now guys, this data, we get the data here. What we do, we get the data from what's it, files, etc., into the ADB. And now ADB, from ADB perform the job of what? Extraction, transformation, loading. But here in ADB, where the data is stored, the data is stored in ADB in the following storages. So we can see that storages in Azure means what? The following are the storages which we require it to store the data in Azure, guys. If you store the data in Azure, you can use it anywhere, guys. You can use the data anywhere, guys. You can use the data anywhere. That means you can use the data in that means you can use it by using the ADB. You can using the data by whenever we use the Synapse. Even if you're using the ADF Azure Data Factory, also if you're using it, we can use the storages as it is. Okay, it is just like common storages. What we can say is commonly used storages, guys. Okay, commonly used storages. Okay, yeah, guys, I'm audible. Yes, guys, I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
So now,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
So now, commonly used storage. What are those storages? Let us try to see this now. The storages. So first storage, I'm writing it here. Azure Blob Storage. Second one is Azure Data Lake Gen 1. Third one, Azure Data Lake Gen 2. Azure Data Lake Gen 1, Azure Data Lake Gen 2. Okay. Then next one, what is it? You have it. Azure Data Lake, or sorry, Azure, okay, SQL database. Then you have what's it? Azure Cosmos DB. That means this is called as NoSQL database, guys. It is called as what? No SQL database. Getting my point, everyone? This is called as what? No SQL database. Following everyone, guys, please. This is called as what? No SQL database. And afterwards, we can have the next one. What is it? Azure Elastic Pools. Can you see here? These are the various storages you have it. Wherein, out of all the storage, this storage is going to retire in 2024. Hence, we cannot create only this. Rest of all we can create and we can use it. Getting my point? Hence, rest of all we can create and we can use it. Only this storage you cannot create it, guys. That is called as what? Azure Data Lake Gen 1. Azure Data Lake, what is that? Okay, guys, Azure Data Lake Gen 1 you cannot create it. Rest of all you can create it. Now, in Azure totally you have 90 plus storages. How many? 90 plus storages are there. Now, guys, I'll show you the storages, how the storages appears. So these are the, I'm just go to the portal, take a portal. I'm just sharing the screen here. New screen, I'm sharing it, all of you. How to begin here? How to start? All of you. Yes, guys, I'm audible, guys. Please come out, all of you.
Yes, sir.
A portal, can you see here? Just type it here. Portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com. Use a web page directly called portal.azure.com. So in this, can you see here? You have a storages. So for seeing the storages, guys, click on more services. Click on the more services. Click on the more services, guys. Can you see it? These are all the storages you can say. I'll show you the storages. Can you see storage? These are all storages only. Storage accounts, recovery service vaults, data lake Gen 1, storage, okay, sync service, Azure Stack Edge, Azure data box, okay. Then you have that data shares, HPC caches. All these are the storages you can use it, okay. That means you have 90 plus storages are there which you can use it. Guys, what is that you have it? Can see databases. Can see all of you? Yes, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
These are all the storages you can have it. So in Azure, totally you have 90 plus storages you have. Okay. So this is how. Now, how to log into this portal, guys? I will tell you one more way. So now, guys, I'm just showing you. Use, first of all, azure.com. First of all, use the azure.com. Once you use the azure.com, guys, get your free account, you'll get it. First, click on this. Try Azure for free, getting started. Click on getting started or try Azure for free. Anything you can select. Getting started. Can you see here? Anyways, it's taking me directly because I'm already logged in, so hence it's taking me. So guys, here what we can do is, if you just click on this get started, it will ask you some of your details. That is your the mail ID, etc. Once you enter your mail ID, everything, guys, then finally it will ask you for the credit card. If you provide the credit card, it will deduct 2 rupees from your credit card, guys. Okay, guys. So yes, guys, tell me.
Okay, sir.
So now this is how. So finally, what we can do is finally what we can do is so finally what we can do is once you click on this, finally you'll be landing up here on this. Finally, you'll be landing up here. This is called as portal.azure.com. And now you can start the service here. What is that? Bricks. I'm just typing here bricks. Bricks. Type it here, bricks. Can you see here, guys? This is the bricks. Okay. So now this is the one way. Can you see here? Bricks. If you have this tab here, it's fine. Okay. So anyways, the login, how to log in this one, how to check on this, how to create this, and how to start, what is the bricks you have it, what are the things you have in bricks, that we will again see it from tomorrow onwards, guys. Okay. Tomorrow we'll have the class. Okay. Tomorrow we'll meet at the same time. No changes in the time. Okay, guys. That's it. So now, guys, for the day, can you see these are all the things. So these are the very mandatory things which you have to remember it. Sorry. It's okay. This is the storages, and this is the thing we have it about this. Okay, guys. So we'll just stop the class here and we'll continue tomorrow. Okay, ma?
Hi, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, is there any chance to modify the timings?
Modifying in the sense?
It will start at 10:15, right, sir? So, like,
we can shift it to maximum 10 o'clock, not beyond that. Because already I have one batch at 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Because
I'm interested to join the session, sir, but because of office, the timings are not suitable for me. So that's why. Is there any chance? That's why I'm asking.
Let me check and update you on this with the management. I'll check. Okay. I'll check and tell you on this. Definitely.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Anyways, tomorrow we'll meet at the same time. Okay, guys. So we'll just okay, meet at the same. Now I'm stopping the class. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. See, guys, my name is Samir, and I would be your faculty for this Azure Databricks. And when it comes to this, my experience, I have around 10 plus years of experience in IT industry. And since the past 3 years, I'm onto the clouds. I'm supporting for the clouds and various clouds technologies. Okay. So now, guys, let us go ahead and see first of all, okay, what are the things you have it in this. See, what is Azure Data Engineering? Okay, Azure is nothing but it is a name for the cloud services. Azure is nothing but it is the name for the cloud services given by the Microsoft. That means Microsoft is marketing their cloud products or their cloud services with a name called, what is it? Azure. And now data means what? Information. Okay, data means what? Information. For the services called engineering, for this engineering services, they are using the Azure Databricks. Apart from this, they are also using the service called what? ADF, Azure Data Factory. They are using the service called what? Synapse. Okay, etc. And Synapse, and then we have the artificial intelligence, and then we have the machine learning. These are all the services provided for engineering services, for performing the engineering on the data. And these all are, that is nothing but these all are provided by what? Azure. So Azure is the that is nothing but name given by the Microsoft, given by what is that? Microsoft, for marketing their products, cloud-based services, cloud-based services. Now, guys, when it comes to this Azure Data Bricks, the Azure Data Bricks is nothing but this is, okay, guys, everyone, just have a look, and I want everyone to just interact with me so that, okay, if you have any doubt, we can just clarify it meanwhile. Okay, guys. So now, The Azure Databricks is nothing but it is a cloud-based. Okay, it is a cloud-based service. It is a cloud-based service or cloud service. It is a cloud service. Azure Databricks is a cloud service provided by Microsoft. Provided by what is that? Microsoft. And now it is used for the purpose of what? Extraction, transformation, and loading. So now, guys, what is this extraction, transformation, and loading? Let us try to understand this. Whereas the extraction, transformation, and loading, everyone, the extraction, that is ETL, extraction, transformation, and loading. Extraction, transformation, and then we have loading. Basically, the extraction, transformation, and loading, it is a process or it is a technique which is used to perform the data summarization. Is used to perform the data summarization. That is extraction, transformation, and loading. It is a process or it is a technique to summarize the data, And whereas for this particular process of ETL, we require the following. What is that? Source, and then we require what is that, guys? We require the another one that is called as a target. Whereas a source is nothing but what? The source where we get the source from where we get the information is called as what? A source. And target is nothing but what? Target is a place or destination. Target is nothing but place or destination. Is called as what? Destination. Target or destination. We can say it here. Okay. Now, guys, between the source and the target, we perform the process of what is that? ETL. What is that? Extraction, transformation, and loading is the process which is performed between two. What is that? Source and the target. Source and the target. Now, guys, even a layman, that is a person who is not from an IT background, should understand this. That is my main motive. Okay, for explanation of all these things. Okay. So now, guys, let us try to see what is this ETL actually does. Now, guys, this ETL basically performs the extraction process on the source, picks up and transforms the data and load it into the required format. For that, let us take an example. Now, guys, you wanted to cook a curry, that is a vegetable curry you want to cook. So as soon as you thought of decided to cook a vegetable curry, you will go to the market and get the vegetables. Once you have been to a market, there you can find many vegetables in the market, such as we have, for example, in Telangana, we have this Raitu Bazaar, or in various areas, even we have the supermarkets, that is Reliance Fresh, where they are providing all the vegetables at one store. Am I right? So once you've been to this market, how many type of vegetables you can find it, guys? Can you tell me? Just a practical one, not nothing related to subject. Tell me now. Yes, guys.
Different vegetables.
Yeah, many types of vegetables, many types of vegetables. So are you going to buy all those vegetables, or some of it which is required for your to cook your curry?
Require for cook the curry.
That is there. So you are going to pick up only those vegetables which is required to cook the curry. Now you have picked up. Okay, now you have picked up. Okay, guys, just a minute. Just give me a second. I've got some important call here. Sorry guys, actually I got some important call to attend from my office. Okay, so now guys, so I'm audible now. Hello. Yes guys, I'm audible.
Yes, you can continue.
Okay, so now guys, you have, what is this? We have this ETL. So now guys, Azure Databricks is nothing but this is a service provided by the Microsoft to perform the job of ETL, that is extraction, transformation, and loading. Whereas this process of extraction, transformation, and loading requires a source and a target. So once you have a source and a target, between the source and the target, we perform the job of ETL. Now, to understand this ETL in a better way, I'll just give you an example. We were discussing an example of a vegetable supermarket. So now once you've been to the vegetable supermarket, so you will find various kind of multiple vegetables. But are you going to purchase all of them or few of it? Few of it. Am I right? Very few of it you will purchase it. As per your requirement, what you want to cook today. So what you will do, you will pick those vegetables and put it in a basket. Now, tell me now, what is the form of vegetables now, currently, when you picked up? Yes, guys. What is the form of the vegetables right now when you picked up? It is in a raw form. Am I right? Yes, guys. It is in a raw form. So now what we have done, we have picked up those vegetables and put it in a basket and build it. We bought it at a home. Now tell me, so in order to cook the vegetable curry, what is it you have to do? Tell me now. Cutting and chopping. That means you have to change the format. You have to change the, that is nothing but format. That means by cutting and chopping vegetables, you have to do it. And now once the vegetables are cut and chopped, okay, that is nothing but again what you will do, you'll put it in a bowl and start cooking. So once the cooking is done, so what you are doing, you have converted here, just listen it, you have done a process that is nothing but from you bought a vegetables, you cut them off, and now you have cooked it. That means you have changed the format. So now guys, in this, can you see what is that? Picking up from vegetables, from all a list of vegetables, you're picking up only restricted vegetables which is required for you. That is called as what? The process of what, guys? That is called as the process of what? Extraction. Am I right, everyone? It is called as the process of what? Extraction. And now once the vegetables is bought, and what you will do, cutting, chopping, and cooking them. So are you changing the form of vegetables from the raw form to the cooked form or not, guys? Yes. So that is called as a process of what? Transformation. And ultimately the loading. Loading means what? Whatever you have it, you'll put it in the target. Your target is eating. So that's called as loading process. So here in the same way example, in the same way here also, what we do, we perform the extraction, transformation, and loading between the two. What is that? Source. The source consisting of what? Data. Data means what, guys? Data means what? Data is nothing but information. Data is nothing but what? Information. Okay. Data is nothing but what? Information. Data is nothing but what? Information. So we pick up the information from the source, required information, that is called as the extraction. And once the information is extracted, what you do? You transform. That means change the format of the information. That is called as transformation. And once the transformation is done, then finally you will load the data into the target or the destination. For example, guys, now I will give you a live type of example so that you will understand this ETL in a very better way. Suppose, guys, you have a latest, take a say supermarket data is there. Okay, some supermarket data is here. Can you see, all of you? Just concentrate well, guys. You will have a very good idea on this. So now, guys, you have product ID, and then you have the product rate, guys. Product rate is there, and then you have the product rate, product quantity sold, QTY, and next is what? Date of sales. That's it. These are the columns we have it. Product ID, product rate, product quantity sold, and date of sales. Am I right, everyone? Yes. Are you? Am I able to? You are able to hear me, guys? Please. Guys, please, you should respond it. People are not kids, you should respond it. This is a professional class going on, isn't it? So I want everyone you to just interact with me, please. Okay, so now guys, what is it called as? Product rate, product ID, product rate, product quantity sold, and date of sales. These are the columns. These are the columns information of a supermarket. Let us make it here as a more supermarket, guys. More supermarket, you have it. And this is the information of the more supermarket. Day wise sales is recorded. Can you see here, all of you? Guys, can you see here, all of you? Now, product ID is something like this 1, 2, 3, and rate is, let us say, 100 rupees. Okay, and then the product quantity is, what is that? 10. Quantity sold is 10 pieces, or 10 in the quantity, and date of sales is, let us make it here as 28. Guys, what is that? You have it 28 11 2022. And now 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, again we have, what's it? 200 rate, and 20 is the quantity sold, and then we have the date of sales is what? 28 is 11 2022. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 5. 300 quantity sold is 10, and the date of sales is 28 11 2022. Now guys, everyone is following? Please say yes or no, guys. Yes, everyone is following?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we have this. This is nothing but the first one. And now guys, on the second day also the data is recorded. That means the second day data. I'm just making it off. Can you see here, all of you? I'm just having this 28th data. Na? I want some other day data is also here. That is nothing but, let us say, 27th. I'm taking it as what? 27th data. Okay, 27th, 27, and now 27. Now guys, here you have, let us make it as 100 only. Okay, some change I have made it, that is okay. 100, and let us make it as a 10 here. Now guys, this is the data you have it. Now guys, tell me now, my query is here. The supermarket management wanted to know, management wanted to know the net sales took place on 27th and 28th of November 2022, and find out the variation. Find out the variation. Getting my point, guys? Find out the variation. They want this query to be executed. Now tell me, the supermarket authority wanted to know what is the variation in 27th and 28th day, whether the sales has increased or decreased. They wanted to know this. This is their query. So based on this, how this Azure data engineer is going to work. Now guys, first of all, to apply the process of extraction, transformation, loading. Now tell me, to find out the net sales, do you require the product ID, guys? Can you tell me, all of you? If you interact with me, I'll come to know whether you people are following or not. If not, I'll be helpless, guys. I don't have a habit of,
No, it is required on dates here.
Yes, we don't require the product ID. Product rate is required?
No, only here.
Huh?
Here.
Year is required. But if you want to know the net sales without the product rate, how can you find out the net sales?
Yeah, sir.
So here we require product rate. Product rate we have picked up. That means product ID is not required. ID wise is not worried. He wants the net sales amount. So product rate is taken here. Product rate. Then now product quantity sold is required. Yes, of course we require to find out the net sales amount. We require the product quantity sold also. Then we have what's the date of sales. Yes, of course I require this DOS. I'm writing a shortcut. Now guys, tell me product rate. What is the product rate? You have first product rate. Can you tell me, guys?
100.
Very good. So 100 is the rate, guys. Everyone, 100 is the rate. So I'm using this 100. Now tell me, what is the product quantity sold?
10.
Very good. 10. That means the 10 pieces or 10 is the quantity, whatever it may be, you can consider. You can consider 10. Now, guys, what is the date of sales? Huh? This is the date of sales. Yes, this is the date of sales. Okay, this is the date of sales. That is 28 of so and so month. Now, guys, tell me. Second time, tell me now. In the second transaction, I've just made it 3 entries to make the process very simple. I have what 200 rupees as the rate of the product. Then I have the rate of the product as what 200, and then you have the quantity sold as what 20. Yes, yeah. 20 is the quantity sold. That's it. Now date is same, anyways, leave it. Now guys, the third one is 300 is the rate of the product. And now guys, once the 300 is the rate, you will have to just make it here 300, and then the quantity sold is again 10. Now guys, this is called as the process which I have done right now. This is called as the process of what? Extraction. Am I right, everyone?
It's a small note. For extracting our data, we need to create another database table like for these 3 fields.
Simple. Yeah, that is fine. Technically, I'm not just, just simple example. I'm just making it you. Okay, just to understand the process. Extraction. Okay, guys. Now, the next one. After the extraction is done, what is the next process you have to tell me now? Transformation. Very good. Transformation. Okay. Transformation. Now, guys, transformation is the actual process of where we on the data we perform any kind of arithmetic operations, whatever the things you require it, we have to do it. Now tell me, to find out the net sales, what is that you require? You need to find out you pick up the product rate and product quantity. Now tell me, product rate is 100 rupees, quantity sold is 10. That means 100 into 10 means what is the outcome, guys? Tell me now.
1000.
Very good. 200 into 20 means what?
2000, 3000.
Very good. 2000. And next one is what? 3000. So now, guys, 2000, 3000. Now you have performed some arithmetic operation. Now sum all the values, 1000 plus 2000 plus 3000. What is the total sum you have it? Can you tell me? The total sum amount is
4000.
6000. Am I right? So can I write like this? Can you see here? I'm writing here like this. I'm creating a new table here. I'm creating a new table with a name called what? Net sales. Net sales amount. Simple. Net sales amount table. Now, guys, what I will do is below this, I will put up, guys, below this, I will put up the value, the net sales amount. What is the value of the net sales amount? Can you tell me? 6000. But now, on which date this transaction took place, guys? On which date the transaction took place? Tell me now.
28th.
28th. Very good. So now, guys, okay, now, guys, you have 28/11/2022. So finally, what I'm doing is, finally, I'm pasting up the data here. Now, guys, this data is ready. But they wanted to know the variation of 27th and 28th. Now, again, repeat the process for the same. Now, tell me, instead of pasting all these things repeatedly, I'll directly calculate 10 into 100 into 10 what?
1000.
Very good. So I'll write it here 1000. Yes. 100 into 10. Yes. 100 into what's that? 10. Then I have the value as what is that? Tell me now. 1000. Now tell me. Next one, what is the calculation you have it? 200 into 10 means what?
2000.
Very good. 2000. So use it as 200. Then into 10 is equal to 2000. Very good.
Then 110. 1000.
110, what is that?
1000.
Very good. 1000. I think it is 4000 now.
Yes,
guys.
Yes.
8000. Am I right? Okay. Anyways, no issues, no problem. Okay. Now, guys, can you see it? We have it. Now, guys, now it is what? Tell me. Now it is what? 3000. Sorry, 2000 plus 4000. 2000 means what? Totally, what's the amount now? Now the net sales amount here is what? I'm directly writing it here. What is that? 4000. Am I right, everyone? And the date of sales is what?
27/11/2022.
Now this is the final data I will. What I will do is, once this is called as a transformation. Now the transformation is done. Finally, what I will do? I will start the process of loading. Now loading will be done. Loading, and the data will be loaded into what? destination. Okay, the data will be loaded into what is that? Yes, guys, the data will be loaded into what? Finally, the data will be loaded into what? Destination. Now tell me, destination is nothing but what? Target. Am I right, everyone? Target. This is your target data. So now, guys, this data I'll load it into the target once. Now, from the job of extraction till the job of loading into the target, it's the job of a Azure data engineer. It is a job of what is that? Azure data engineer, which we do it by using the Databricks. Which we do it by using what is that, guys? Databricks. Now further, he wanted to know what is the final variation. That is, find the variation. So this job further is a job of analyst. Analyst or the job of the data scientist. So job of the data scientist. These are the person who is going to work. So, but in Azure, for even working onto this, that is for the analyst and data scientist, we have the services provided here. Instead of Databricks, we can use the machine learning, we can use the artificial intelligence and do the same task of finding out the same and finally generating a report and sending back the report to the client here or the customer, whatever we have it. So this is the process of extraction, transformation, and loading. Everyone is okay now, guys? Please tell me now. Is this clear for everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So now this is how it works. Yes, this is how it works. Now, whereas when it comes to this, now this is fine. But what about, I have a doubt here. What is that? So thing is that I wanted to know, first of all, guys, everything is fine. But I wanted to know here, first of all, what is basically, we are doing it all these things. This is cloud, etc., etc. Everything is here. But now what is it I wanted to do here is, cloud is there, everything, but on premises. I want to know, first of all, what is the difference? So now, guys, here you will have two things. What is that? Clouds. And next one is what? On-premise. Clouds and on-premise. Basically, these are the two factors which is importantly we should know. Okay, so to understand the situation of this. Basically, cloud, I'll give you a very simple example on this. Cloud is nothing but, or on-premises is nothing but, it is just like, just take an example of your mobile phone, guys. Everyone, take an example of your mobile phone. Your mobile phone has how many memories? Can you tell me? Your mobile phone has how many memories? Yes, one is the inbuilt memory. You will have it in your mobile phone. Another one is what is that you will have it? You can store it in the SD card. And the third one, and the third memory, which is nothing but you can store the data in what is that? Yes, which you can store the data in what's that? Google Drive. Now tell me, one fine day you lost your mobile phone. Now the data which is available inside your mobile phone and in the memory card, can you recover it back? Can you recover it back?
No, sir.
No. But if you store the data in the Google Drive, you can recover it back at any point of time, even if you change the handset. Am I right, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So now the data, which is stored in the Google Drive is nothing but the data is on the cloud. The data is on what is that? Cloud. And the data which is there in your, can you see your mobile phone? That is called as what? On-premises. It is called as what, guys? On-premises. So now, slowly all the corporates, all the business entities are moving from the on-premises environment to cloud environment. For what? For security reasons, for storage reasons, for avoiding purchasing of a licenses, everything. To avoid this, they're going on to the cloud services. And whereas across the globe, we have the following cloud providers. What is that? We have the Azure. Okay, Azure is one of the topmost cloud provider. And then we have AWS, Amazon Web Services. Then we have the GCP, which is nothing but the Google Cloud Platform. Google is also into this. Whereas these two are the market leaders in providing this. Apart from this, you also have what is that? Alibaba, one of the China-based cloud provider, and we have SAP Cloud is there, and then your Oracle Cloud is there. Various people has come out with their products. Various people has come out with their products with various names. Getting my point? Azure, AWS, GCP, Alibaba, SAP, and then we have Oracle, etc. But now the leading market, the leaders of the market is what? Azure and as well as the Amazon. Yes, Salesforce, of course. Okay, all these are the cloud providers, but Azure or Amazon Web Services, even the GCP is coming up now, but the market leader is the Azure. Okay, why? I'll tell you. Before it was Amazon Web Services. Yes, of course. So before it was Amazon Web Services was in the top position. Now it has come down. Why? The same task what Azure is providing, or you can do it in Azure, that is quite cheaper than if you use it in AWS. If you use in what? AWS, it is bit costlier. So hence, to reduce that, the Azure has provided or launched their product on a very cheaper cost. So hence we can say that here the Azure is cheaper than comparatively with the Amazon Web Services. Hence, it is more efficient than AWS. Then that's the reason why it's leading up the market. And whatever the cloud providers you have it, they all provide the cloud services in the form of the categories. What is that? First one is called as what? IaaS. And the second one is called as what? PaaS. And the third one is called as what? SaaS. IaaS means what, guys? Infrastructure as a service. That means if at all you require some space to store, suppose this is my computer, all of you, this is my computer, I'm taking you to my desktop. Everyone, just a minute, I'm sharing my desktop. Just a minute, I'm sharing my desktop. See, these are some sharing my desktop. Can you see here, all of you? Just have a look. Here, guys, what is it I wanted to do is, I'm sharing my desktop. Just a minute, wait. I have some files are there. Some files are there here. I don't want these files to be remain on my computer desktop. I want to store it in the cloud because for easy access, more security, etc. I require some storage space or not to store the data. Am I right? Google Drive is providing by default how much space for us? 15 GB. Am I right? Whereas if at all you require to store the data more than 50 GB, then what is it you require to do? Tell me, guys, what is it you require to do?
We need to buy.
Purchase. You need to purchase. Am I right? In the same way here also, you hear what is it? The drive. I want to store this entire some information. Some, let us say you have okay, I have on my desktop around 10 petabyte. My 10 petabyte information is there. I want to store it. That I need not worry for that. Simply I need to inform my cloud provider. My cloud provider is going to provide me the service of storing the data on their particular cloud environment. And cloud environment, ultimately they store the data in what? At the data centers. They have it. Data centers across the globe, they have the data centers. And Azure is having their data centers around at 54 locations currently. They are operating from 54 locations currently. That means the Azure is operating from what? 54 locations currently to provide the, that is nothing but storages. And whenever you require, they can access. That is called as what? Infrastructure as a service, storage service, all this going to provide. Infrastructure means what, guys? Infrastructure is nothing but computer, that is nothing but hard disk, or else we require a RAM. All these things will be provided to you by the Azure in the form of what? IaaS as a service, infrastructure as a service. PaaS means what? Suppose, guys, you wanted to use a platform called operating system on not Windows, because banking data, when you consider, you will have a massive amount of data in the banking sector. So banking sector, massive amount of data is not supported. So hence what we do? Yes, what we do? We require to store the data, or we require to save the data, yeah, or we require to run the data on the various cloud, that is platforms, that is called as what? Mainframes from IBM or Unix platform. But right now, can you see here, you don't have that. If it is in a local computer or a local server, you have to buy that particular operating system and install it into your PC. In order to avoid that, simply you can inform your cloud provider Azure to provide you the PaaS as a service. That means platform. I want to operating system as the mainframes operating system. So they will install it for you. They will provide you that service, licenses and all these things. You need not worry about this. Suppose you have a software as a service. Means what? Suppose you require some software. That means for storing your data, you require some SQL database. So now, guys, whenever you require the SQL database, you require to buy the license. Am I right? License of all softwares. So here you do not worry about the license, guys. Here you need not worry about the license. The license is not your responsibility. License is not your responsibility. License is the responsibility of the Azure provider, that is a cloud provider. So simply you need to use this. You need to pay. So how you are going to pay? You need to go with the model called pay as you go model. That means the way you use it, you have to pay. It is just like your OTT platforms. If you want to watch some premium movies, you have to pay some extra cost. Am I right, guys? Yes, everyone.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In the same way here also, if you want to take some premium services, you have to pay for it. That's it. Use it. Pay, use and go. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing will be your own. Whenever you require, they will save it. For saving, they will charge the cost. So that is nothing but they have cut short the things. So here, serverless, they have made it serverless now. That means you need not have a servers in your office where server room for maintenance of the server. Again, some okay service administrator is required. All these things is not required. Everything is cut short here. Getting my point? So that is nothing but the simply with a laptop and that is nothing but your mail ID and login, just like this. You can start your project. I'm using it. Can you see here, all of you? Portal.azure.com. I'm using this. Simply you need to log into this web page, guys, with a laptop, and then you can start working on this, guys. Can you see it? Then you can start working on this. See, you can start working. You create your this thing own. So here, can you see it? Go to the subscription. You will find how much cost they are billing it for you. Can you see it? Currently, my role they'll display you. Um, I'm the account admin, and current cost see 587 rupees because I'm using it right now active. Likewise, you will have to pay as you go model. So simply with a username and password created on the Azure, you can be and you can start up your own project with a very low cost without any infrastructure, servers, etc. etc. Everything is taken care by the Azure only. There is a cloud provider only. Okay, guys. So as a part of this course, we are going to see this Azure Databricks. Okay, with all the real-time applications we have it. Okay, so all the real-time applications and what are the things you require it, Azure Synapse, all even the Delta Lake, how to develop a Delta Lake. Delta Lake is about the data lake. So all these Delta Lakes creation, how to extract the data, how to perform the transformation on the data, how to report the data, visualization of data, everything we are going to see as a part of this course, for which we will be having 60 hours time. 60 hours time we will have it. You will have a time called what? 60 hours time. Okay, 60 hours time. And you will have the class from Monday to that is Friday. Monday to Friday, 5 days. But Saturday, if it is required, we'll put it the class some days, or if it's not required, we don't put up the class some days. Okay, guys. So this is how we are going to move it ahead. And the contents brochure and all you can find it on the web page. You can see there. Yes. If you have any doubt now you can ask me, guys. Go ahead and ask, please.
Sir, it is just extracting transformer loading, or we use any SQL behind this, or any developing. Just we have to know any Python coding or any other.
Yes, Python coding development is also there. Python coding is also there. So Python, Scala, R and SQL, these are the codes in which you need to write it. It is basically a coding based process where you need to know this. If you don't know this, you will have to learn it. And whereas as a part of this course, maximum I'm going to cover you the Python, because Python is the main this thing I'm going to teach you. And Bricks is also providing default languages of Python only, but you can also use the Scala, you can use the R, you can use the SQL language to write the commands and do the same. So basically the thing is that here in this, it is not, this is the no, you will have two services. I'll just give you one more service name here. That is first is the Azure Data Bricks, which is nothing but it is used for the process. And also you will have the Azure Data Factory. ADF is also there for the same process, but the ADF is used here as that is nothing but as a GUI, graphical user interface. But here you will have the ADB as a character user interface. Both of them performs the same job, but why ADF and why ADB? That means basically in the real time for data ingestion. That means for data ingestion means what? Extraction. Here, can you see? Pulling in the data, pulling in the data, pulling in the data, extracting all these things. Till here only they are using ADF. Further to this ADB job, because ADB has a, a more feature of visualization, more flexibly visualize it, and ADB provides a user, multiple users to work onto the same environment. Suppose there is a data scientist, there is a data engineer, and there is one more programmer is there, database programmer. All of them collaboratively work in a single environment. That is the Databricks thing you have it. Okay. So now guys, so this is the thing you have it in Databricks. And now if you want any other questions, you can go ahead and ask. Please.
Can you please show me the some coding, how it involves in real time? Just sample coding, sir.
A sample coding. Okay. Some sample coding is basically, I'll tell you just a minute. See, sample coding here, what we have it is, we can use in 4 different languages. So we can write it, the coding like this, such as I'm using Python. So if at all you want to use the Python in bricks, use %py. And then you can see here, you can just print of this line, whatever. This is bricks class. Likewise, you can write it here. Okay. You can write like this. Okay. Or else if at all you are using the same thing, can you see here in Scala, you have to use %scala, and you can use it print ln, print line. The same thing you can use it there in Scala. Okay. These are the type of codings you can write it here. Okay, guys. So these are the things you have it. So, anyways, we will see. Hello, this. Sir? Yeah.
Sir, in course in the course credit, I have seen some Spark syllabus.
The Spark, PySpark also will tell you.
Okay, sir.
Sir, Samir, sir.
Uh.
Sir, if I learn this Databricks, how many years of show the experience, sir?
See, guys, Databricks, if you learn any cloud technology, not only Databricks, whether it is Data Factory or it is Azure, Amazon Web Services, whatever the thing you have it, you can start, or especially Azure, don't put it before 2018 because this version has not been launched. So hence, it was there, but it not launched basically. So you can put it after 2019-20, you can put up 2 years experience maximum. Okay, guys.
Good. Sure. But if you are finally giving us some real-time environment experience,
obviously.
Sir, will you provide any real-time hands-on project?
Yes, projects in the sense the real-time scenarios. There will be no project like structure in cloud environment. You will have the case studies. That is the only realistic
like
case studies.
POCs, like we need to take one POC and will be applied on the data factories.
Yes,
data factory and Databricks.
Yes, the same way we work here.
It is a combination of the ADF and Azure Databricks, sir, or also
this one is only ADB, not the ADF. This particular class, what you people are attending, it is only ADB. It has to do nothing with the ADF. ADF one class integration I will show you. That's it. But ADF is totally different course. That is at morning 7 a.m. we have a new batch started the same day.
But the same functionality will be the same for the
functionality will be changed. Functionality will be, that is ultimately doing it for ETL only. But I am telling you now, this is bit different concept. Ultimately, it achieves the same task, but the concept is variation. Obviously, you will have some variation on this.
Samir, The people who don't know about the Python, how they can manage Python, PySpark,
See,
Scala, etc.
Python, PySpark, basic commands you should try out. You can get it here basically on this Google. If not, I have some Python videos that I can refer you. I can send you that videos. You can refer those videos, Python classes videos. Then you can understand it. Okay, that is my classes only. And here, because we have a bricks, it itself is a very vast subject. Teaching again Python here will be a cumbersome process for me. So I don't want to make you any kind of fake promises that I will teach you that or this, because the realistic issues what we have to see and the real-time scenarios which we have to see, every scenario will take 1.5 hour to 2 hours time every day. Okay, though we are saying 60 hours, but it will cross around 90 hours a day, 90 hours totally, because 1.5 hour to 2 hours class also we have to take up some days. So that is the thing. So Python, if you want, see, basically I will go from the basic Python only, but still if you need some more inputs, because you might not be from this background, you might be from some different background. In such a case, then yeah, in such a case you can just either do the Python separately, or I can send you some videos is there, basic Python videos, how to write the code, how to generate this line, how to print all these things. I'll send you that you can have it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, mobile. Okay, any other questions? Anyone else want to ask me some questions? Okay, guys, that's it. So we'll meet tomorrow at same time, 10:15. We'll join the class. Okay. Thank you everyone for attending this demo. Thank you everyone. Okay, guys. Good morning. So my name is Samir, and I'll be a faculty for this ADB. And when it comes to my experience, I'll just walk you through. I have around 10 plus years of experience in IT, and on the clouds since the past 3 years. I'm working onto this cloud technologies. Okay, that's it. Working in some corporate. Okay, so guys, let us start with this now. So what is, before we go ahead, let us see. And guys, I want everyone to just have an interaction. So I want the session to be an interactive rather than me talking on a side. I want everyone to interact with me. Okay, guys. So let us start with this. So let us say here, Azure data engineering. What is Azure data engineering? Yes, guys. Everyone, I'm audible? Please.
It's audible, Samir. Audible.
Okay, so now this is what is Azure data engineering. So basically, Azure data engineering is a is a packed into the packed in the form of services. In the form of what is that? Services. Azure data engineering is packed in the form of what? Services. The following are the various services provided for various operations in the that is nothing but in the Azure data engineering. So the following are the services. Let us see what is a first one. What is it? You have it. We have the first one here as a Azure. Yes, Azure Databricks. Azure Databricks. And then we have the next one after this. We have the Azure Data Factory. And apart from this, we have the next service that is called as Azure Synapse. Azure Synapse. And next one after this, many services are there, but I'm listing few of them. Okay, so we have the Azure Artificial Intelligence, AI, or else we can also refer it as a ML, that is called as machine learning. Okay, so these all are the services packed into this Azure data engineering. That means all end-to-end solutions for the data. That is nothing but data engineering means end-to-end solutions for the data. So now guys, what is this Azure data that is Azure Databricks is used, and what is the purpose of it? So guys, this service called Azure Databricks is provided by the Microsoft to perform the job of ETL. So guys, what is this ETL? Where ETL stands for what? Extraction, transformation, okay guys, extraction, transformation, and loading. So the Azure Databricks is provided for Azure Databricks is a service provided by the Microsoft within the Azure data engineering for the purpose of extraction, transformation, and loading. Guys, this extraction, transformation, and loading, what it is? Let us try to understand this first. So guys, this extraction, transformation, and loading is nothing but it is a process where guys, it is a process where data is summarized, where the data is summarized, where the data is summarized, where the data is what is that? Summarized. And this summarized data is used for decision making. This summarized data is used for what? Decision making. So whereas what is this process of extraction, transformation, and loading? So this process of guys, extraction, transformation, and loading, this process of extraction, transformation, and loading basically consists of, requires the following. What is that? Source, that means what? Source, and the next one it requires as a target. Source and the target. Now guys, what is a source and what is a target? So basically, between the source and the target, this process of ETL is applied always. Okay, irrespective of whatever the service we use it. Generally, I'm talking about the ETL. That is nothing but ETL is the process where the data, guys, ETL is the process. ETL is a process where the data is summarized. Okay, so what is the source? What is this target? Let us try to understand this, guys. Source is a place where we get the raw data. Source is a place where we get what is that, guys? Raw data. And whereas this raw data is extracted as per the requirement in the process of extraction. This raw data is extracted as per the requirement in the process of extraction. And once the extraction means what? Picking up the data, picking up the data. Whereas after this process of extraction is done, the process of transformation is implemented. Transformation is the actual process where the data is converted into the required format by the customer. And once the transformation is done, guys, on the data or applied on the data is finally prepared and it is loaded. And it is what? Loaded. And where it is loaded? It is loaded into the target, that is called as a destination. Getting my point? Now, guys, this is a bit technical. I want to simplify it and explain it to you. Okay, what exactly? Now, guys, all of you are you able to hear my voice? Everyone, please come out.
Yeah.
So now, guys, suppose you go to a supermarket to buy a vegetables. You go to a supermarket to buy a vegetables. Tell me now, what are the different? That is, how many vegetables will be there in a supermarket? Let us say Reliance Fresh. You have been to the Reliance Fresh to buy the fresh vegetables. Now tell me, how many vegetables you have it? You will be having many, almost all vegetables you will have it. Am I right? So now, guys, tell me a answer now. Do you purchase all the vegetables or you will purchase only those vegetables which is required for you? Yes, my question is that you have been to a supermarket. Yes, guys, you have been to supermarket and that is more supermarket, or you have been to a that is Reliance Fresh, where you can find many vegetables. Are you going to purchase all the vegetables or some of the vegetables?
Only required vegetables will purchase.
Required. That means before leaving, you will decide what curry has to be cooked. What curry has to be cooked. Based on that curry, you're going to buy the vegetables. Am I right? Some 2-3 vegetables. So now what you're doing is, suppose you have been to a supermarket and picked up some 5 vegetables out of some 100 vegetables are there. Different varieties of 100 vegetables are there. Out of those 100 vegetables, you are purchasing only 5 vegetables. Why those 5? Because that is required for the cooking process. You want to cook only those 5. Am I right? You're picked up. What you will do, once you pick up, you'll put it into your basket, bill it off, everything is done. Now you will come home. Now tell me, what is the form of vegetables now?
It's raw form.
Yes, exactly. Very good. So the vegetables in the raw form. So now, guys, what you will do? You have to eat those vegetables. As we are human, so we require to eat those vegetables, but we need to cook it. Am I right? Cook it. So what you will do? You will cut the vegetables, chop the vegetables, everything. You will do it, and then you will put it on a, that is nothing but you put it on a stove, and ultimately from the raw farm, all the 5 vegetables you will pour it in one that is nothing but bowl, and you will cook it. That means you're converting this raw form of vegetables into cooked format. Am I right or not? Are you changing the form of vegetables or not for eating purpose? Yes, guys.
Yes.
Yeah, you have converted. Ultimately, the vegetables are cooked. Now the curry is ready. So that means what you're doing, you have bought the raw vegetables. You have first of all picked up the vegetables. You have been to the supermarket and picked up the vegetables. And once you have picked up the vegetables, what you are doing, you bought them home and cut it off and chopped it. And once the chopping, everything is done, you are changing the form of those vegetables from the raw form to what is that? cooked form as per our requirement. Ultimately, once the vegetables is cooked and ready, then what you will do? Finally, you will eat. That is nothing but called as what? Loading. Same way, guys, picking up the vegetables. Picking up the vegetables from multiple 100 vegetables are there, but you are picking up only 5 vegetables. And those vegetables, picking up the process of vegetables from the supermarket is called as what? Extraction. It is called as the process of what? Extraction. Whereas the extraction is done, then what you are doing? Transform. That means you're getting them home and chopping them, cutting them, and putting them into the bowl to cook, and ultimately cooking those vegetables. That means you are converting the raw vegetables to what is that? Cooked format in the form of a curry. Am I right or not? Ultimately, once that is called as a process of what? Cooking is the process of transforming. Cooking is the process of what? Transforming. Ultimately, once the transformation is done, finally your destination is what? Your destination is the curry. So curry, you will eat it. That's it. That is nothing but finally the process of loading is nothing but cooking. That's nothing but eating the same. So hence, this is actually you have the process in what? Extraction, transformation, and loading. That's it, guys. Nothing else. There is no technicality. There is no something is where you need to worry about how the things will move on. All the things you need not worry about this. Simply extraction, transformation, and loading is the process. Extraction, transformation, and loading is the process of converting the picking up the required data, and transforming the data as per the requirement, and ultimately transformed data you will load it into the target. Okay, so guys, is it clear for everyone what is ETL actually? Yes, guys, I want an answer, ma, please. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so before we see some examples on how actually this process is taken place, let us try to understand few more things here, then we'll come back to this. Let us try to understand first of all what is a cloud, what is a clouds, and what is an on-premises. Then we'll come back to this. Okay, so first of all, let us try to understand what is cloud. So now, guys, because what is it you have it? Azure data engineering is a cloud-based engineering, cloud-based data engineering. Am I right? So now, guys, I wanted to explain you, or let us try to understand first of all, guys, what is a clouds and what is an on-premises. Let us try to understand first of all what is a cloud basically. Okay, so guys, when it comes to this cloud, okay, just forget about this cloud. I'll just give you an example for this. Now, guys, all of you are using the mobile phones. Am I right? All of you are using the mobile phones or not, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, I want a reply from every one of you. Please, guys, try to respond. Yes, are you using the mobile phone or not?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
So now every one of you, us, is using the mobile phone. Now, guys, when it comes to this mobile phone, you in the mobile phone, we have some memory. Will it be there memory or not?
Yes.
Every mobile has some memory or not?
Yeah.
So now, what are the types of memories you will have in your mobile phone? Can you tell me? Yes, guys.
Mobile SD memory.
Yes, mobile internal memory and scan disk memory. That means you will have the memories in a mobile phone. You will have the memory in the mobile phone, such as what is that? SD card memory. So I'm writing it here. In mobile, you will have the memory. So that memory is called as mobile inbuilt memory. Am I right? With every default you purchase a mobile phone, you will get mobile memory as a free. Am I right? Mobile memory as free. Apart from the mobile memory, guys, you will also have you will also have, guys, you will also have a memory that is called as SD card memory. What do you mean SD card memory, guys? SD card memory is nothing but scan disk card memory. That means Suppose every mobile you are getting it with a 16 GB internal storage memory. That means this 16 GB, guys, this 16 GB is a default memory. That means in your mobile phone, you can store up to 16 GB memory. Whereas if you require to store more memory rather than thus, we want to store one more, that is nothing but 32 GB of memory you wanted to store it. For that, what we do, we buy an external SD card and we will just put it in your mobile phone. Okay, put it in your mobile phone, and from that point onwards, you can use this memory of 32. So now tell me, totally what is the amount of memory you have it in your mobile phone now? 32 plus 16. Guys, tell me now. 32 plus 16 means what? Guys,
48 GB.
Huh?
48 GB.
Very good. So 48 GB memory. Totally, you can store up to 48 GB memory now in your mobile phone along with SD card. Now, the question is that now the further I have some more videos and photos, etc., which is amounting to around 100 GB. 100 GB. Let us assume amounting to around 500 GB. Now tell me, how do you store this 500 GB memory? You already utilize the 32 GB, you already utilize the 16 GB memory. You have to store more 500 GB memory is required now. So now tell me, guys, what is the way you adopt it? Just think generally, because we do it in the daily basis, this kind of job. Tell me now.
OneDrive or Google Drive will put.
Very good, very good. So that means you will now take the support of a Google Drive. Am I right? Google Drive. But the problem is that Google is also providing you by default 15 GB as a memory. Am I right? Huh? 15 GB of the memory by default Google is providing to you. But now you have to store 15 GB or 500 GB, guys? 500 GB. So now what you have to do, tell me now. Tell me, guys. Yeah, please. Guys, please tell me, ma. Did you get my question? What I mean to tell you? If you get the question, just simply say yes, or else I'll repeat the question once again. My question is that, I'll repeat the question once again. My question is that now, my mobile memory already has 16 GB memory, and SD card, I have installed it. I have put some SD card and it has the 32 GB memory. Totally both the memories amounting to 48 GB, but I have some more 500 GB memory to be stored. So for that, I took the support of Google Drive, and Google Drive is providing only 15 GB memory. What is the alternative for me now?
External hard disk.
Huh?
External hard disk.
External hard disk, that is fine. Okay. But I want the data. Okay, no problem. One more way is that you can ask the Google. That is fine. That is very good. Okay. But here the thing is that you can ask the Google to increase the size. That means from 15 GB, I want 500 GB. So Google is providing, Google will provide you 500 GB of memory free of cost, or they will charge something for it? They will charge. That means after 15 GB, even if you store 0.1 MB also, okay, then it is going to charge you. So you can buy the space on the Google Drive by paying some cost. Now, guys, totally I bought it. I bought this one also. Everything is done now. Totally the amount of memory. What is that amount of memory I have? 548 GB memory totally I have it now. Totally how much memory I have it? 548 GB. That means 48 GB in my mobile phone and 500 on my Google Drive. Now one fine day, I lost my mobile phone. One fine day, I lost my mobile phone, guys. That is my query. Now my query is that when I lose my mobile phone, so I could not able to trace it off. Now the question is that I bought a new mobile phone. I have to buy a new mobile phone. Hence, I bought the new mobile phone. Now, once you bought a new mobile phone, guys, please tell me, can you recollect this 48 GB? Can you recollect this 500 GB memory or not?
500 GB is possible, 48 GB is not possible.
Yes, exactly. Very good. So we can say that 500 GB you can recollect it by just using the synchronize option. You can just log in with your mail ID, enter the password, and in the same way you can recollect it. But what about the 48 GB? The 48 GB memory is lost with the mobile phone because this memory is called as physical memory. Am I right? This memory is called as what? Physical memory. Physical memory. So hence I cannot recollect it. Whereas the memory or the data which is stored on the Google Drive can be recollected. So we can say that the Google Drive, we can call it as a cloud. Am I right, guys? Everyone? Google memory is called as what? Cloud memory. Google memory is called as what is that, guys? Cloud memory, cloud data memory. It is called as what? Cloud data memory. Cloud data memory. Whereas the physical memory of your mobile phone, we can refer it as what? On-premises memory. Am I right, guys? I can refer it as what? On-premises. So now tell me, what is the drawback, guys? Now tell me, what is the drawback you have? What is the drawback you have between on-premises memory and cloud memory? On-premises memory, once you lose your mobile phone, you cannot recollect it. But the same can be recollected using the cloud. Am I right or not? So now this is the drawback. You have it in the on-premises data. So now, guys, just for 548 GB, which is required for us, now what we have done, we took the support of the cloud rather than taking the support of the mobile phone. So in the same way, what you have done, tell me now, what you have done? That means you have moved physically, guys. You have moved physically from the cloud, from the physical mobile phone memory to what is that? Cloud memory. That is called as Google Drive memory. Am I right or not? So nowadays, every one of us storing the data in mobile phone inbuilt memory, or we are storing it data into the Google Drive, guys? Tell me now. Huh?
Google Drive.
Most of us, every time, we will store the data in the Google Drive. Am I right, everyone? So why do you store the data in the Google Drive? Tell me now.
Can recover.
Yes, can recover it. Suppose tomorrow you have traveled to other country, suppose United States or America, and did not take your mobile phone now. Now what happened is, as you did not take your mobile phone and you are there finally into this some United States of America, so can you get this Google Drive memory resaved to your mobile phone in even after reaching the USA? Tell me now, guys.
Yeah.
Of course, that means the access is possible even irrespective of the location. So we can say that we can access this data which is stored in the Google Drive from anywhere in the world. Am I right? From anywhere in the world without worrying about the physical location where my data is stored. The same way, guys, tell me now, actually Google Drive is stored where? The Google Drive stores the data into the cloud environment. Into what is that? Cloud environment. So cloud environment is what? Ultimately, cloud environment is nothing but ultimately it stores the data physically into the data centers. So every cloud provider has the data centers. And now in these data centers, the entire physical data will be stored. In this data centers, the physical data will be stored. Am I right, guys, everyone? Okay. Somebody just put it yourself in mute mode. I think there is no issues from my end. Yeah, guys. Okay, now fine now. So now I think the voice is background voice is not there. It's fine now. Okay, guys. There is no disturbance now, I think, from the background. Please say yes.
Yeah, it's fine now.
So now, guys, now so in the same way, guys, here you have a cloud and on-premises. Cloud means what? Cloud is nothing but storing the data onto the Google Drive is a cloud environment. And now guys, on-premise is nothing but storing the data into your mobile phone physical memory. Mobile phone memory is called as what? On-premises. Is called as what, guys? What is it called as? On-premises. Am I right, guys? So now guys, as we are an individual, still we wanted to save the data, still we wanted to move it from the physical memory to what? Google Drive memory. In the same way, lot of the corporates, many corporates, now what they are doing is they are planning, or they are moving from the physical data to what is that? Cloud data. So for that, many cloud providers has come out. Many cloud providers has come out to provide the support for it. So for that, the following are the cloud providers we have it. What is that? The first one is called as what? Azure. Azure is a cloud provider from Microsoft. So Microsoft, what it is doing is it is marketing their product, the cloud product. It is marketing its cloud product with a name called what? Azure. Okay. And then we have, what is that? The next one provider as what? Amazon, or we can say AWS. AWS is from what? Yes, Amazon Web Service. Amazon Web Service. And the third one, what is that you have it? Google, GCP. So we have the GCP, which stands for what? Google Cloud Platform. Google Cloud Platform. Okay, guys, Google Cloud Platform. Then afterwards, then we have, what is that? Alibaba. This is a China-based, okay, that is cloud provider. And now then we have, what is that? We have the SAP Cloud. SAP Cloud. Likewise, then you have even the SAP Cloud is there, Oracle Cloud is there, etc., etc., etc. These are all the cloud providers. But whereas the market leader is the two or three, first three are the market leaders. And number one is the Azure. Number one is the Azure in providing the cloud services. So now guys, these cloud services are basically classified or divided into three categories. These cloud services are basically classified or divided into three categories. What is that? First one is called as what? IaaS. IaaS means what, guys? IaaS stands for what? Infrastructure. Infrastructure as a service. And then you have, what's that? PaaS. PaaS stands for what, guys? PaaS stands for what? Platform as a service. Then guys, third one is SaaS. SaaS stands for what, guys? Software as a service. Software as a service. Guys, these are the three different services provided by the cloud providers. That means IaaS as a service, PaaS as a service, and SaaS as a service. These are the three categories of services provided by the cloud providers. Getting my point? So now entire cloud service is classified or built according to these categories: IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. Infrastructure as a service means what, guys? Suppose just now we have discussed that you require 500 GB of data to be stored. That means you require what? Space on the cloud. Space on the cloud to store the 500 GB data. Am I right? So whereas this all storages, suppose you require, what is it? All the storages. How much storage you require it? 500 GB or 1000 okay, petabyte. Okay, petabyte. So all these, okay, all these, can you see here? All this is the responsibility of the that is nothing but the cloud provider, and it provides this service in the form of what? Infrastructure as a service. Now guys, you require a RAM, random access memory. You require a RAM speed of let us say 56 GB. So now guys, you need not buy an external RAM, anything. Simply you need to inform your cloud provider that this is the RAM speed you require it. So he will set it for you. So you need not worry about the physical components or the physical parts now. Getting my point? Next, after this, platform as a service. Suppose, guys, suppose. What is platform, guys? What is platform? Platform is generally a type of an operating system. Now, guys, we are using Android as an operating system, and can you see here? That is nothing but Apple is using some operating system. Okay, so hence these are the various operating system. Okay, these are the various operating system used by the various that is nothing but various mobiles, we can say. In the same way, if at all you have a computer, so generally in the computer, what is the operating system we use it, guys? Can you tell me what is the operating system we use it in a PC, guys? Tell me now. Generally we use the Windows as operating system. But now my question is that I have a very massive amount of data, and this massive amount of data is not supported on the Windows operating system most of the time. Let us assume banking data is very huge, massive amount of data. So now it is not supported on the Windows operating system. Hence we require some other operating system that is called as what? Mainframes is an operating system. Mainframes is an operating system from what? IBM. So you need not buy the license of this. You need not worry about the operating system. Simply you need to inform your cloud provider Azure that you require the mainframes operating system. He will take care. And now, guys, suppose you require some softwares. Softwares in the sense you require some reporting softwares, or you require some analytical software, such as you require some softwares, or you require any kind of reporting. That is nothing but, suppose you require Power BI, or suppose you require some Cognos. You need not buy the license of this. Need not worry about this. Simply you need to inform your cloud provider that you require it. He is going to buy that for you. He is going to buy that for you. Everything is taken care by that is nothing but by the cloud provider in the service called what? Software as a service. So these are the three categories of services we have it. So whereas the cloud providers has divided their service based on these three, and based on these three categories only they will bill you. They are going to bill you. It is as simple as, guys, as simple as simply you log into this. You have the OTT platforms is there, Amazon Prime, Netflix, etc. What you will do, you will enter your mobile number and a password. That's it. You will enter it into the application, and once you enter into the application, if you want to watch a new movie, then you have to subscribe that particular premium subscription or not. Tell me now, guys. You need to buy a subscription or not, premium subscription, to watch a latest movie. Yes, tell me. Do we require to buy it or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, required.
So in the same way here also, whichever the service is required, in the same way, simply we need to buy it from the Azure. Buy means what? Here we are just that means utilizing it, paying it. That's it. Utilizing and paying the cost. It is just like renting off. Okay, without having an ownership, without claiming an ownership, you can do your task just by paying them. Okay, just by paying them the cost of the same. So where these are the three categories of service provided by the cloud. Now, guys, the cloud is clear for me, and on premises is also clear for me. Everything is clear. But my question is that source, target, and this thing is done already. This is also extraction, transformation, loading done. But my question is that what is exactly the use of the ADB, that is called as Azure Databricks? What it does? We have to understand this. So now, guys, let us come back here. When it comes to the Azure Databricks, the Azure Databricks is a service of Microsoft, which is provided to perform the job of extraction, transformation, and what is that? Loading. To perform the job of extraction, transformation, and what is that? Loading. The Azure Databricks is a service of a Microsoft provided to perform the job of extraction, transformation, and what is that? Loading. Okay, guys. Now, when it comes to this Azure Databricks, exactly. Let us try to understand this ETL with some example. Guys, here I have a data. So let us say here, I have some data here. So I'm using, guys, I'm using it this as a source. And now I have the source. And now guys, in the bottom, I'll write the target. My query is that I have a data of a supermarket. And supermarket data is given like this: product ID, product rate, product quantity sold, and date of sales. Now guys, some this you see here. Now my query is that, guys, my query is that and here is the customer. The customer is here. The customer is here. The customer wanted to know, guys, this is a customer. That customer means what? The owner of the supermarket is a customer for us. This customer wanted to know what is the change in sales, or what is the sales difference on 21st of this month and 22nd of this month, whether the sales has increased between these two dates or not. He wanted to know first of all. So guys, first of all, to know this query or to report him the same to the customer, what is that you require it? You require the source, and the source consisting of the following information. What is that? Product ID, product rate, product quantity sold, date of sales. Let us give the product IDs something like this. Product rate, let us give it as 100 rupees, and the quantity sold is 10, and then you have a date of sales. Date of sale is 21, guys, 21/11/2022. And then you have the product something like this, okay, product ID, and the rate is 200, and the quantity sold is 05, and now the date of sales is 21/11/2022. And then I have something like this. So I have 500/02, and now guys, I have 21/11/2022. Now guys, this is the thing we have it. First day, that means what? 21st data is already recorded. Do we have 22nd data? No, we will write the 22nd data. So as you wanted to write the 22nd data, simply what I will do is I'll copy this information and I'll paste it here. Okay, that's it guys. Let us see it here how to make it. So simply copy this information and I'm pasting it the same information. But now what I will do is, instead of this, I will make it as 200, rate is 200, and here I'll make it as rate as 300, and here I'll make the rate as 1000. That's it. Okay, just now guys, product quantity sold as it is, but I'm changing the date here. What's the date? 22, 22, and now guys 22, 22. Now guys, here you have it. Now tell me now, as you have this 2 days data, tell me now, the 2 days data is here or not, guys? Now tell me, is there any difference in the sales? Is there any difference in the sales from 21st to 22nd? Can you tell me, guys?
Yes, different is there, sir. Different is there.
Difference is there. How can you say? How can you say? Just by looking into the data. Am I right or not? Just by looking into the data, just by looking into the data, you can say there is a difference. Why you are able to say? Because you have only how many records are there, guys? Totally 6 records. Very simple, small data. You can look it here and decide it. Am I right or not, everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes. If you have massive amount of data, can you look onto the data and decide it or not? Suppose each table having some 1 lakh records. Can you decide it by looking into the records?
No, not possible.
Not possible. So for that, here we use the technique. What is that? Let us see how the ETL is applied here. Extraction. ETL stands for what? Extraction. Extraction. Let us see how the extraction is done here. The first process of extraction is that where you have to pick up Do we require the product ID to find out the net sales amount of the day? Do you require the product ID, guys?
Not required.
Not required. Do you require the product rate?
Yes, required.
Required. Quantity sold?
Required.
Date of sales?
Required.
So now, guys, I'm picking up these 3 columns. Picking up these 3 columns is the process of what is that? It is the process of extraction. It is a process of what? Extraction. Now the columns are picked up. Now, guys, next comes transformation. Picking up is done. Transformation. Now in the transformation, how can you find out the net? You want to find out the net sales amount each day. So to find out the net sales amount, do we need to perform some arithmetic operations on the data or not? That means some mathematical calculations is required or not?
Hello, can anyone hear the voice?
Yes, yes.
Sir, screen is not visible.
Actually, he's left. He's left. Maybe he's facing network issue.
Okay, okay.
Shamil is not there.
Sorry, guys, got disconnected due to some network issue. Sorry. Okay. Hello, I'm audible now? Yes, yeah. Yeah, I'm audible now. Yeah, so got disconnected due to some this thing, network issue. Okay, so now, guys, okay, we were just a minute. So just a minute. I'm just looking out for this. I don't have this host rights. Just a minute. Let me call the people to provide me the host right, because once
Because you can provide a host rights to Shamil. Might be your is the host.
I'm audible, guys? Please tell me, I'm audible?
Yes.
Now, guys, see here. So we have, what is that? We were discussing about the calculations. 100 into 10 is what is 1000. 200 into 5 is what? 1000. 500 into 2 what? Again, tell me now, guys. 1000. Now tell me, guys. You have one totally. Calculate the sum here. What is the sum? Can you tell me the sum, guys? The sum of these three is what? Yes, guys, the sum of these three is what? It is 3000. So I can say that. Can I say that here? Can you see? 3000 is the net sales amount. Am I right, guys? Am I right, everyone? This you are doing it under the process of transformation. Now, it is done for the 21st day. What about the 22nd day? Guys, can you tell me? Please come out, all of you. Help me out in this. Yes, guys. Tell me now, for the 22nd day, 200 into 10 means what? 200 into 10 means what, guys? Tell me now. 2000. 300 into 5 means what, guys? Tell me now.
1500.
Yes? Huh?
1500.
Very good. 1000 into 2 means what?
2000.
Very good. So now calculate the sum now.
5500.
Very good. So now, guys, 5500. Now, guys, this is the net sales amount. Now, guys, this process is called as a transformation process. It's done now. Finally, you will be loading. Where you will be loading the data, guys? Tell me now. Finally, you will be loading the data into the target. So how will I load the data? I will load the data like this. See here. I'm loading the data. So net sales amount underscore sales underscore amount. Net sales amount is what, guys? Tell me now. Net sales amount is what? 3000. And now for which date it is? So I'm declaring one more column here. Oh yes, that is date of sales. Date of sales is, I'm using it as 21/11/2022. And then we have, what is that, guys? Tell me now. 5500, and it is on 22nd/11/2022. Now, guys, this particular thing, that is nothing but called as output. Now, can you see here? This entire thing, what you have done, guys? Can you see this entire thing? What we have done? We have transformed this much data. Can you see here? This much data of two tables I have transformed into one table and in the summarized manner. So this data you can report it to the customer, stating that this is the difference of sales between 21st and 22nd day of November 2022. Am I right, guys? Everyone? This process is called as the process of what? Extraction, transformation, and loading. And this is done by using the Azure Databricks here. By using, what is that? Azure Databricks. It is done by the process called what? Using the service called what? Azure Databricks, where extraction, transformation, and loading of data is done by the Azure Databricks. Clear, all of you now? Now, as a part of this course, guys, we are going to see this Azure Databricks. Okay, Azure Databricks, and the total duration of this course will be 60 hours. Okay, 60 hours, but it will be, we are quoting it as 60, but it will go beyond the 60 hours because we have many live scenarios we are going to look into. Okay, and that's the thing, we have it. And we are going to start the classes from tomorrow, the same 10 o'clock in the morning. Okay, guys, 10:15 in the morning. That's the timings we have it. 10:15 to around 11:30. Every day you will have 1 hour 15 minutes class, 1 hour to 1 hour 15 minutes class. And next, after this, guys, when it comes to this, the classes after this, even the resume planning and everything will be given to you as a support. Okay, and contents brochure, you can check it. Okay, Azure Data Factory and Azure Databricks both are used for the same process, but Azure Databricks, here you can use the, it is called as CUI, that is called as character user interface, where you need to use different languages: Python, Scala, R, and SQL. These are the 4 languages used in the bricks, Azure Databricks. Whereas in the Azure Data Factory, it is totally a menu driven. It is totally a menu driven. Both performs the same job. Both performs the same job, but this is a menu driven, and this is a that is nothing but the code based. You have it. Okay, so that's it about this thing. And every day we will have the class 1 hour to 1 hour 15 minutes, and Saturday, Monday to Saturday, Friday you will have the classes. So generally Saturdays and Sundays I don't take the classes. If it is required to cover up the portion, then we will continue on Saturdays, guys. That's the only thing we have. Okay. So now you can ask me any questions if you have. Please go ahead.
Sir, like I just wanted to know, there is coding part is there in the curriculum, so we need to learn coding as well.
Yes, of course. Coding means whichever it is required, we will discuss it in the class itself. As such, separately, you need not learn the coding somewhere going outside. Okay. So what is that? I will explain you. That will be easy only, not so tough enough for people, what the people think. Okay. So we will be seeing here the coding in 4 different languages. See, there is SQL, Python, R, and Scala. I'll write the coding. Yeah.
Sir, like what is PySpark that I'm hearing a lot about?
See, PySpark is basically Python and Spark together. It is called as Spark, PySpark. PySpark.
Okay. Okay. Do we need to learn that also for ADB?
Yes, of course. I will teach you that PySpark also. I'll teach.
Okay. 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 Thanks, sir.
That's thank you. Any other questions, guys?
Sir, this is a duration, sir.
Duration will be 60 hours.
Okay. Okay.
60 hours.
Azure Data Factory.
Huh?
Is it required to learn both Azure Data Factory and Azure Database?
It basically
For industries.
see guys, there is no connection between Azure Data Factory and Database. If you learn it, that is up to you. If you don't learn it, then also no problem. You can get the job individually on Azure Databricks as well as on the Data Factory. These are 2 different services you have it. Okay.
Sir, if there any deployment process are you explaining, sir? Deployment processing.
Yes, of course. Deployment process we will see now anyways. Without the this is all a technical subject.
Yes, sir. So ADF also there, right? ADF and ADB. Okay, deployment process is required. That finally classes over, right?
Yes. Yes, yes,
But
yes.
is there any combined batch for both Databricks and Data Factory? Is there any combined batch? I mean,
see, you will have Data Factory batch is morning 7 a.m. started today itself along with you, and Databricks is this time. Combined batches means these are 2 different services, so I teach them differently.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Combinedly we'll see a type of a project anyways. A case study, you can say, not exactly the project, case study I can show you. See, basically, when it comes to the data, someone is typing. So what is that? Monitor, optimize data storage, data processing. All this is covered, guys. And whatever the training we are going to look into, it is basically, okay, more than enough to write a certification also. Certification for ADB whenever you want to write it. Okay, this is enough. So as a part of even the that is nothing but everyday videos will be provided to you. That's it. Any other questions if you have? You can.
Any batch for the evening? any batch for the evening?
Right now, no, there is no batch in the evening. So morning batches only we have it. It's there, one batch is there, but it's already started 12 to 14 days back. It has started already. Yeah, 12 classes is already done with that.
Samit sir, ADB and ADF both are providing Azure, right? Microsoft. What is the main difference between ADB and ADF?
Basically, the ADF, what they are using is, if there is a project in where you are going to use the ADF and ADB both, the ADF is used for data ingestion process. Up to only data ingestion process only, the ADF they are using it. Further, after the data ingestion of the data, that means insertion of the data. Okay, once the data is inserted, the data picking up the data from there and preparing or moving the data into Delta Lake and then performing the visualization. For all this process, we are using the ADB only.
Okay, got it.
Yes, any other questions, guys? Okay,
Sir,
that's it, guys.
Any specific software we have to download for this?
No software is required. No software is required. No licenses is required. Simple, very subscription. I'll tell you. I'll show you. You have to subscribe that. That's it. No software, no piracy, nothing is there. No piracy, no software.
But it is asking some card, credit card number asking.
Yeah, credit card obviously. That is for free subscription. It will take you. It will charge some 2 rupees from a credit card, and the free subscription will be valid for 30 days. Okay, and after that you have to go for pay as you go model. That pay as you go model will not cost you if you based on your usage only. It is just like pay as you go means it will not charge you more than 700 to 800 for an individual. So okay, because we are working on, because we are here we are working on a type of an organization. Then even I'm taking multiple batches. Even then I'm not getting the bill more than 2,000 rupees per month, 2,000 to 2,500. But there is a technique for saving this. That is nothing but how to save the cost and all. I will that is anyways tell you those techniques. So if you follow that, that's not a problem for you to make out. That's the thing.
Yeah, can you providing that license code in for practice purpose? Yeah, can you provide license account? Sorry, can you providing account so but for a practice purpose?
Account you can take it. It's not me to provide you. You can take it directly. I'll show you the way how to create account, everything I'll show you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, guys, any other questions? Okay, guys, thank you. Then we'll meet tomorrow morning at the same time. Yeah, please go ahead. Any questions?
Okay, sir. Bye.
Okay. Thank you, guys. We'll meet tomorrow. 10:15. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Yeah, thank you.